Hit the bell for post notifications. And copper T, Erik Powery for president. Be great in 28. November 7th, 2028 is election day. We need a revolution. Green Party. Not no Democrat, no Republican, none of that. Like nobody. I'm not bought and paid for. I'm self-financed by family, friends, and self-financed because whoever funds you runs you. You know what I'm saying? So let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Hashtag Erik Powery. Make me fan pages. Make me a Wikipedia page. Make me a fan page on TikTok, Tumblr, X, Blue Sky Social, Facebook, MySpace, Black Planet. You know what I'm saying? Um, and AOL, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it popping. Hashtag Erik Powery. Hashtag Powery Posse. You know what I'm saying? Be great in 28. Share and subscribe. Subscribe and share. SNS. Always remember SNS. Subscribe and share. Where it was scheduled to land. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has issued an apology, but without admitting responsibility. The U.S. Treasury Department has accused Chinese state-sponsored hackers of stealing documents from its workstations. Treasury officials have declared the breach to be a major incident and have informed Congress. They say the hack only involved unclassified documents and has been contained. On Sunday, the government of Panama will host a ceremony to celebrate the 25th anniversary of recovering control over the Panama Canal. But it comes as the U.S. President-elect Donald Trump is threatening to regain control of that canal. Let's explore one of the world's crucial waterways. So the Panama Canal was built by the U.S. and spans 82 kilometers connecting the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. It saves ships weeks of travel by avoiding the longer journey around South America. The canal shortens the Los Angeles to New York trip to 22 days instead of a month. In 1977, the U.S. and Panama signed a treaty granting Panama control over the canal starting on December 31st, 1999. The waterway handles 5% of global trade, transporting vital goods like metals, fuel, and grains. U.S. is by far its biggest user, with about 74% of cargo volume, followed by China and Japan. And the canal, which was expanded recently, earns around $5 billion in revenue for the Panamanian government. Alessandro Anchetti looks at the history of this vital transportation channel.
In Panama City, they've been working hard on the preparation to mark 25 years of Panamanian control over its iconic canal. But the anniversary is clouded by the threats of President-elect Donald Trump to return it to U.S. control.
The Panama Canal is ours, full sovereignty. Just because he won, he cannot arrogantly pretend that the canal is his and that our treaties means nothing.
The canal's history is one of resilience, ingenuity, and politics. In the late 19th century, a French effort to build the canal failed when tropical diseases killed 20,000 workers. The United States took over the project in 1904 and managed to build it in 10 years, connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, transforming maritime trade. The U.S. controlled the canal until President Jimmy Carter signed a series of treaties, which meant there was joint control until December 1999. Then it was formally handed over to Panama.
We see receipts back because I always believed that the canal was built on Panama soil, and therefore it always belonged to Panama.
Under Panama's administration, the canal has remained vital to global trade. And now Trump is suggesting the U.S. got a bad deal, arguing without proof that U.S. ships are being charged higher fees and that Chinese soldiers are controlling it.
Our Navy and Commerce have been treated in a very unfair and injudicious way. The fees being charged by Panama are ridiculous, highly unfair.
The treaties allow the U.S. to intervene militarily if the canal's neutrality is threatened, but don't give Washington any right to take it back.
This treaty was signed by two presidents. It was ratified by the Senate, and it was implemented by the House of Representatives, and it became a law. It was a law. So he has to follow the law. I was administrator of the Panama Canal for 7 years, and I never got any instructions from any Chinese to do anything.
Over 70% of canal traffic is linked to the US, and with growing Chinese involvement, what's clear is that the canal will remain central to both global trade and geopolitical tensions. Alessandra Pietti, Al Jazeera.
Still ahead on the Al Jazeera News Hour, Zimbabwe's deepening water crisis and pollution is contaminating the capital's main drinking supply. And find out why there's much to celebrate for fans of the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's on the way with Peter. That's good.
Forecast of stormy weather to end this year and bringing the next is not good news for those who want to send fireworks into the sky. It's the strength of the wind that's the problem. It's already cancelled certain celebrations for Scotland, and the strength of the wind and change of wind direction will happen throughout Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales and England, and of course spread further afield. And the following weather is a definite change in things. It's a northerly, a cold northerly. That is the front that introduces that change. So of course you follow it to its east, that means it's introducing a lot of snow to southern Sweden and quite possibly windy weather to Denmark, the Low Countries, and that wind itself will start to make things change. This is Tuesday then, bigger picture, quiet for most of southern Europe and central Europe. Fog has been a problem in Poland and Germany. That's about to be wiped away because the wind starts to pick up, and that following cold will spread all the way down south towards the Alps by the time we get to late Thursday, early Friday. Berlin shows the change from 9 degrees and grey, cloudy weather, increasing wind down to +1 as a max, but with snow showers or sunshine. Now, in the last few days, we've seen some heavy rain in the Atlas Mountains. There are more showers to come in Algeria, but the picture is a dusty, windy one for much of North Africa.
This is the Maple Canyon in Chile's Andes Mountains. It's spring here, but come summer, this mountain valley will become a desert.
Right now this looks very lush and green, but in about a month it's going to be yellow and totally dry because of the drought. An ongoing drought that's lasted more than 15 years here.
But what if the moisture released by snow and glaciers in spring could be prolonged to the critical summer months? That's the goal of the NILS project, to build artificial glaciers called ice stupas from these metal structures. The magic begins in winter, when temperatures drop well below zero. The water from the stream of a melting glacier is harnessed, moves up a hose and releases a light spray that eventually turns into a rock-hard structure. In 2 years, it's hoped there'll be at least 50 ice stupas in this area, countering advancing climate change, one drop at a time.
Hello again, the top stories on the Al Jazeera News Hour. At least 7 Palestinians in Gaza, including 6 babies, have died of hypothermia in the past week, and that includes a 20-day-old newborn. Temperatures are plummeting and hundreds of thousands of forcibly displaced people are struggling to keep warm in makeshift tents. Syria is gearing up for a critical national dialogue conference this week that aims to shape the future of the country. Monday saw more high-level talks in the capital with regional and Ukrainian delegations. A South Korean court has issued an arrest warrant for impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. Yoon was suspended from office after he declared martial law earlier this month. The warrant was requested by investigators after Yoon failed several times to appear for questioning. Returning to our top story, in the whereabouts of the director of Kamal Adwan Hospital, that's in northern Gaza, they're still unknown. Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya was detained by Israeli forces on Friday. His family are pleading for his immediate release. and say the Israeli military is denying him medical care.
We urgently appeal to the international community to act immediately for his release. Detained by Israeli occupation forces while performing his humanitarian duty, he now suffers severe mistreatment in State Amman Detention Center, including humiliation, exposure to freezing cold, and denial of medical care. Despite losing his son and being injured himself during this war, Dr. Hassan continued to serve his people with unwavering dedication. Our entire family holds Kazakhstani citizenship, and we call on the Kazakhstani government, international organizations like the WHO and MedGlobal, and all foreign governments to intervene and secure his release before it is too late.
Let's now speak to Alan Pincus, who's the former ambassador and consul general of Israel in New York, joining us from Tel Aviv. Mr. Pincus, thanks for your time with us. What is Israel trying to achieve by detaining the director of the Kamal Adwan Hospital and by really just simply decimating the healthcare system across the Gaza Strip in violation, of course, of international law?
Yeah, okay. Let's start with the second question, Doreen. The operation, according to the military and according to the government's official line, was intelligence-driven because there was enough intelligence evidence that over 250 Hamas people were gathered in the hospital. And so it was encircled, put under siege, and then Israel went in and, according to official reports, apprehended over 250 people. Even if that is the case, that does not justify rendering the hospital inoperational, meaning that it cannot function and it's just one of two or three or four hospitals that have seen the same fate. Now, as for the director of the hospital, he, again, officially has been detained for questioning whether or not he was complicit in the Hamas activity, whether he knew that they were coming. Again, this is the official line. I happen to think that no matter who's in the hospital and no matter what is hidden or stashed in that hospital, hospitals should be out of bounds for the military. But a lot of it, Doreen, if we look at a broader context and a slightly broader perspective, a lot of this has to do with the fact that the war has no objectives anymore.
Right.
I mean, the war had military objectives that were never aligned with political objectives. Meaning, when President Biden, back in January of 2023, this is over a year ago, and then again in January and February and March, presented a post-war framework, Israel rejected it. First, it denied it ever existed. Then it said it's not interested, and then repudiated the entire idea and refused to enter into and to engage in any talks on that. Because there are no political goals aligned with the military goals, the war is just bubbling on. People are getting killed. It was protracted to begin with, for Mr. Netanyahu's political purposes. Even the military has said more than once, and the outgoing defense minister, who was fired, among other reasons for this, said that the war exhausted its usefulness and its utility.
Okay, allow me to jump in there. My apologies for the sake of time. I mean, on that point that you make about the official lines coming out of Israel when it comes to the hospitals, we've seen this before. Remember at Shifa way back in the war. I mean, Israel claims that they're being used by Hamas fighters, but they never provide any evidence, right, to support these claims. How do you explain, though, that it continues to get away with basically flouting international law?
That's a very good question. Look, I don't know if both in Shifa and then the Indonesian hospital and then Al Ali hospital and now this hospital that we're talking about, I don't know who exactly was apprehended there. I don't know who was arrested. I don't know who was shot dead in terms of wanted Hamas people or terrorists. I do know, however, that there is a discrepancy, and you described it correctly. There is a discrepancy between the big, thick headlines of over 250, and they were all armed, and there were explosives, and it was this, and it was that, and then the failure to come up with the evidence to support this. It's as if Israel is assuming that this is justified because Israel says it's justified.
Right.
no one is pushing or leaning or pressuring to provide that incriminating information or evidence or proof. And then everyone forgets about it until we need a new crisis of this kind.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Alan Pincus, former ambassador and consul general of Israel in New York, joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lorena.
While as diplomatic efforts continue in Syria, the country's economic and industrial capital, Aleppo, is facing challenges of its own. So it's one of the cities that suffered most during the civil war. Now, a month after Assad's ousting, businesses are struggling to find solutions to problems inherited from the regime. Mohammed Val has that story from Aleppo.
The old district in Aleppo is in ruins due to Assad regime's indiscriminate attacks. The city used to be the throbbing economic heart of Syria, but years of airstrikes coupled with US sanctions and corruption have left it all but completely lifeless.
Immediately after the fall of the former regime, we removed the obstacles and regulations that used to hinder the success of business. We ended the extortion system of unjust taxation and fines on free traders, but we're still under the impact of sanctions and of problems inherited from the mafia that's been ruling.
At the Chamber of Commerce, business owners brainstorm about plans to alleviate the crisis. Some of them suggested collecting individual contributions to buy fuel, medicine, and other urgent necessities.
The city of Aleppo boasts up to 20,000 factories, supplying not only Syria but also other countries with some of the finest products. But many of these factories are not fully operational at the moment due to severe power shortages.
Ahmed's textile factory, one of the most modern in Syria, is only partially running because of a week-long power outage. He's using a generator to operate a few units.
Our suffering before the liberation was difficult. The war forced the closure of the factory at times. Power crises were frequent, raw materials inaccessible, taxes were exorbitant. All of this is over, but now it's the issue of energy that's disrupting our business.
The impact of the war is visible everywhere. Thousands of businesses are closed. So many skilled people who left the country still haven't returned. And yet life goes on here, says this man who earns his income making items from local material. He adds that there's one thing the war has failed to destroy: the ingenuity and resilience of the people of Aleppo. And there's hope they will soon be able to turn the situation around. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera, Aleppo.
We'll now speak to Armenak Tokhajan, who's a non-resident scholar at the Malcolm H. Kerr Carnegie Middle East Center, joining us from Budapest. Thank you for your time. So the challenges are really huge when it comes to Syria, economy, of course, being one of them. What needs to be done as a matter of urgency to start the process of rebooting the economy?
As you mentioned, the problems are multi-layered. In terms of the first few steps, I think some of the heavy and terrible legacies of the regime have already been removed. For instance, the extortion, the checkpoints, a lot of businesses connected to powerful people within the army or the security services. I think this in and itself, the networks dissolved after HDS took over power in Damascus. But I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. Some of the things that need to improve are services and the economy in general, and that is tied to the early recovery, whether Syria and the new de facto leaders will be able to pursue early recovery, stabilizing the situation, providing the minimum need of services from electricity, water, but also larger issues remain, for instance, sanctions. And there are many sanctions on Syria. Perhaps the two of the most relevant ones are ones imposed on HTS, which is still designated a terrorist organization on many terrorist lists in the world. So that has to be solved because no serious investor, I think, will come and deal with Syria without removing those sanctions. But a bigger problem, I think, is the Caesar Act, which is one of the most comprehensive sanction packages that human history has seen. And that needs to be, that has been hampering recovery and economic improvement in Syria for some time, and it continues to do so. So any serious recovery will have to, be, the sanctions will have to be removed.
So to what extent then are the sanctions hampering, or what is the extent that the sanctions are hampering the economy? And how do you see that process of them being removed taking place? I mean, is the West now taking a more of a wait-and-see approach, or how is the West going to deal with this issue of lifting the sanctions?
Yeah, very timely question too. The first part of your question, it hampers in many ways. Obviously, on paper, the sanctions target the Assad regime. A lot of personalities in the Assad regime. They prevent, for instance, the import of dual-use goods to Syria in fear that the regime could have used it for chemical weapons or other type of weapons. However, those sanctions are so comprehensive that they have massive chilling effect. This is called chilling effect, whereby a lot of banks are over-compliant in, for instance, money transfers. Money transfers, even from individual to individual in Syria, was very difficult under sanctions regime, let alone for large businesses. This also doesn't impact businesses, but also, the rebuilding of a lot of key infrastructure, for instance, roads, thermal powers, etc., etc. To the second part of your question, I think this is largely related to U.S. foreign policy. To remind our audience, back in a few weeks ago, the House of Representatives renewed the Caesar Sanctions Act. However, it's technically not in action, and it is waiting the approval and the signature of President Trump. But at the moment, it's not really functioning. However, from my reading, I don't think U.S. is in any hurry in removing all these sanctions. I think they are in a mood where they want to first evaluate not just they want to evaluate the deeds and the actions of the new authorities in Damascus before they remove those sanctions. Because it's a major lever, a major leverage.
Thank you so much, Armanak Tokmajian, non-resident scholar at the Malcolm H. Carnegie Middle East Center. Thanks for joining us from Budapest. Well, the main supply of drinking water in Zimbabwe's capital city is severely contaminated. Farmers are experiencing losses that cannot be fixed by basic water treatments. Malegabe Motsepe reports.
Pollution is making Zimbabwe's deepening water crisis even worse. As much of southern Africa deals with its worst drought in decades, the main reservoir serving Harare is drying up. What's left is water so toxic, it's killing livestock on the city's outskirts.
Our cattle start shaking their heads as if they're irritated in the nasal canal. Next, the skin peels off. We have lost 2 cows and 4 calves. After the death of rhinos, we now suspect that the same disease is the one affecting our cattle.
The Harare City Council is accused of releasing raw sewage into Lake Chivero, which is just 30 kilometers from the capital.
There's a heavy contamination of that cyanobacteria, and the cyanobacteria then causes a lot of it creates a fertile ground for algae growth, which then takes a lot of oxygen and whatnot, and it's harmful to animals.
The water's natural filtration system is also under threat. Wetlands are crucial to filtering out pollutants, but are being damaged and destroyed to make room for construction to meet the city's housing demands.
If the water is held there for a period of time in a wetland, the wetland cleans the water before it comes to the lake. Also, the wetland will release water over a long period of time. So as City of Harare are taking water out, it's being replenished by the wetlands as clean water.
As well as causing recurrent outbreaks of waterborne diseases, the pollution is killing endangered wildlife. And scientists fear if nothing is done soon, the damage could be irreversible. Malekaba Motsepe, Al Jazeera.
Still ahead on the Al Jazeera News Hour, the sports news and things from Manchester United just keep going from bad to worse. Action from their latest Premier League game coming up in a moment.
The latest news.
Most people are here because they have to be. They work for the state. At the same time, no country on earth has been sanctioned longer than Cuba. And there's conviction here that that's not right.
With detailed coverage.
With energy infrastructure being the chief target, the extent of the damage has been getting progressively worse.
From the heart of the story.
This road marks the unofficial boundary that separates the Kusasis and democracies here in Boko. People on both sides say crossing it is extremely dangerous.
Sports news. Here's Peter.
Barry, thank you very much. Ruben Amorim says it's embarrassing to be the Manchester United manager at the moment and to have to answer questions about relegation. The Red Devils were beaten again on Monday. They've slipped to a 2-0 home defeat against Newcastle in the Premier League. It means United are 14th in the table and sit 7 points above the relegation zone. Since beating Man City, they've lost 3 league games and were knocked out of the League Cup.
I think the team now is not improved. I think is a little bit lost in this moment. So it's a little bit embarrassing to be Manchester United coach and to lose a lot of games. So, but we have to cope with that. Difficult moments in the life of everybody. So it's a hard moment.
Joining us now from Leeds is Neil Squires, who's the former chief sports writer at the Daily Express. Neil, good to talk to you again. How much are Manchester United in danger of actually being dragged into a relegation battle?
Well, the reality is 14th place is nearer the relegation zone than it is European qualification. I mean, that's the situation they've found themselves in after the defeat to Newcastle and Ipswich's win over Chelsea. That 7-point gap doesn't look a lot. I mean, it's unthinkable that a squad of Manchester United's cost and supposed quality should be in a relegation battle, and they're not yet. But it's only natural that Manchester United supporters will be looking down instead of up at the moment.
Amorim has been very personable, especially in these news conferences, but how long does he actually have before he needs to start delivering?
I mean, I think we need to remember he's only been in the job less than 2 months. Before that was a very successful manager at Sporting Lisbon. But United have got worse rather than better since his arrival. He's lost 6 of his 11 matches. And the system that he's brought in, the formation he's tried, isn't working in defence. The players he picked in front of that defence, Casemiro and Eriksen against Newcastle, look their age, and they look a disjointed side. He's got to sort them out pretty quickly. It's not going to get any easier the next couple of games. They've got Liverpool coming up and then Arsenal in the FA Cup, both away games, so the scrutiny is only going to grow.
Can United learn something from perhaps Liverpool and Arsenal and the rebuilds that they went through under Klopp and Arteta, for example?
That's an interesting comparison because they were both fallen giants that were revived by good managers, so it can be done. But I think the lesson from both of those situations is that time and patience is required, which can be in short supply. But neither of those two managers made instant impacts, great as Klopp was and Arteta is turning out to be. They both finished 8th in their first seasons at those clubs. And if Amorim can get United to 8th this season, he'd probably reflect on that as a job quite well done, the way they're looking.
Indeed. Now, having said that, realistically, what do you think is the best Manchester United fans can hope for this season?
Well, the Carabao Cup's already gone. I think with the draw they've got in the FA Cup third round, Arsenal away, that will be going pretty soon as well. Champions League's out of the window, I would think. But I think the Europa League is probably their one hope of actually making something positive out of the season. That and staying safe and away from that relegation zone.
Neil Squires, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The Cleveland Cavaliers have won their 7th game in a row in the NBA. On Monday, they took care of the Golden State Warriors, 113-95. That's win number 28 for the Cavs this season, with just 4 losses. Darius Garland top scoring with 25 points. Unsurprisingly, they are top of the Eastern Conference. We're less than a month now from the first tennis Grand Slam of 2025, and world number 1 Arina Sabalenka is looking in good shape. The two-time defending Australian Open champion cruised past Mexico's Renata Sarasua at the Brisbane International, 6-4 and 6-love. That was the score as she advances to the third round. There, she'll play Yulia Putintseva. The Detroit Lions have won an impressive 8th game on the road in a row now. This time, the San Francisco 49ers were on the wrong end of the Lions' excellent record away from home. Detroit winning 40-34 on this occasion. That takes them to 14 wins and 2 defeats for the season, the joint best record in the NFC. All right, that's all the sports news for the time being. We'll leave it there for now. I'll see you a bit later, Doreen.
We'll see you later, Peter. Thank you so much for that update. And that's it for the news hour. My colleague Malin Said is with you in just a moment, and she'll have much more of the day's news and all the latest headlines out of Gaza, Syria, as well as other world news. Bye-bye.
The important thing, if you were walking around in Beirut, was not to be in the line of fire from the Holiday Inn.
Bob, we heard gunshots. I was the first one to flee the hotel.
The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and there were no prisoners at the end.
Control the Holiday Inn, and you control the region around. And that's why it was such a bloody battle.
An icon of conflict at the heart of the Lebanese civil war. Beirut Holiday Inn. War hotels on Al Jazeera.
They swore an oath to defend the American Constitution.
I take an oath against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
4 years on from the 2021 attacks on the Capitol building. Al Jazeera examines the role of military veterans in far-right armed groups.
That's a cool thing.
And their potential threat to democracy. Against all enemies on Al Jazeera.
The latest news. Most people are here because they have to be. They work for the state. At the same time, no country on earth has been sanctioned longer than Cuba. And there's conviction here that that's not right.
With detailed coverage.
With energy infrastructure being the chief target, the extent of the damage has been getting progressively worse.
From the heart of the story.
This road marks the unofficial boundary that separates the Kusasis and the Mapusis here in Boko. People on both sides say crossing it is extremely dangerous.
Thunderstorms and freezing weather in Gaza's makeshift camp. 6 Palestinian babies have now frozen to death. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, rebuilding Syria's shattered economy as the new administration prepares for a national dialogue conference. The South Korean court issues an arrest warrant for impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. His supporters are rallying outside his home. Live. Auckland has just become the first major city to welcome in the new year. We'll take a look at what is ahead for the world in 2025. Welcome to the program. Palestinians in Gaza are being killed by bombs, starvation, disease, and now they are freezing to death. At least 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies, have died of hypothermia in the past week. That includes a 20-day-old newborn. Temperatures are plummeting and hundreds of thousands of forcibly displaced people are struggling to keep warm in makeshift tents that they've been using for the past 14 months. And heavy rains making the situation worse, with flooding destroying already tattered tent camps across the Strip. Palestinian families are struggling to repair the damage. The UN has warned Israel is dismantling the means of survival in Gaza and systematically hindering humanitarian access.
We were displaced from Beit Lahia, north of the Gaza Strip. We were given a tent, but it's not up to the task. It can't protect us from the freezing winter cold or the rain. Every now and then, the tent floods with water. No one is helping us, or is even bothering to think of our plight.
Look at our lives, how we're living. My son was injured, his belly was ripped open. We don't have mattresses or blankets, and now the floor is flooded with water. Tell me where to go, what to do. Have mercy on us.
Ibrahim Al-Khalili reports now from a tent camp in Gaza City where floods have made life uninhabitable.
I'm now standing in Gaza Municipality Park in northern central Gaza Strip. It has been a vibrant park where civilians were coming to play, but unfortunately it has turned into a makeshift shelter for civilians who have been forcibly displaced from Beit Lahia, from the refugee camp, and Beit Hanun. As you can see, tents and winter has arrived, and the weather is adding more suffering to these civilians.
Can you believe humans are living in a place like this, where displaced civilians forced out of our homes? Look at what we have ended up with: shelling, bombardment, starvation, and now severe temperatures and floods. What can we do? Where should we go? Would you live in a place like this? Is this life? Water has been dripping on our children day and night. I'm an old woman, about 60 years of age. Look at us. This is not life. It's not even fit for animals to live in.
As you can see here, the water is flooding here, and civilians are filling up tents inside this park. As you can see, the situation is getting much more dire with the bombed pipelines, the sewage and water are flooding in the street, and the situation is going from bad to worse, especially in this winter season, which people used to enjoy in the past, but unfortunately now it has been a catastrophic season for these displaced civilians who are facing unimaginable health conditions. After they got their houses destroyed, they ended up in overcrowded shelters, and they are suffering so much with the destroyed infrastructure and living in tents. Their conditions are beyond unimaginable. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Northern Gaza, Palestine.
Let's go live now to Tariq Abazoum is in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Tariq, freezing temperatures, now flooding. There really is no end to the suffering, is there, of Palestinians?
Yeah, you have just hit the nail on the head. There is no end in sight for this ongoing misery and agony Palestinians have been going through since October the 7th, 2023, as today the heavy rains have completely destroyed makeshift tents and even have worsened conditions in Gaza, where drainage systems are either damaged or even non-existent. And we saw today earlier, Naleen, families are trying to keep water out of the shelters by using very primitive means, including plastic sheets and even sandbags, but that did not work. Effectively, effectively to stop the flow of water. We saw how rain has flooded makeshift tents, turning them to be completely pools of water and mud. And now also we understand clearly that children are one of the most vulnerable class of the Palestinian community from this ongoing deterioration of their humanitarian conditions. Specifically that now sanitation is considered to be a significant concern with standing water, increasing the vulnerability and even the possibility of being infected with respiratory illnesses and even the sort of waterborne diseases that can leave them struggling more in light of this ongoing genocide. But apparently, children have been completely enduring the physical trauma and physical even suffering of the cold weather and even the ongoing trauma of displacement. But even now, what we see on the ground is that people have been left alone to struggle with this ongoing deterioration of the weather conditions, and we have seen how winds have torn apart their homes in terms that they have been unusable right now after more than 14 months of genocide in the Strip. So everything looks like precarious right now, and the situation has reached a very tipping point in which a serious decision must be taken in order to end this ongoing misery. And even civilians, as we have been talking to them, they have reiterated many times about their pleas for a ceasefire deal that can bring an end for the ongoing destruction of civil infrastructure and even for an end for hostilities that can grant them some sort of relief. And right now, under this very remarkable pressure of cooker of despair, they are trying to barely cope with the situation. And even sometimes we have got nightly calls from them crying as they are trying to express their own agony that they have been going through at night due to that very drastic weather condition they are witnessing.
Many thanks for that, Tariq Abu Azoum there for us in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Syria's new administration is holding talks to discuss the agenda of a crucial national dialogue conference. Rebuilding the economy, security forces and institutions are expected to dominate the conversation. There will also be votes on dissolving parliament and rewriting the constitution. Organisers have invited leaders from across Syria's civil society as well as representatives from abroad. Let's go to Hashim al-Habari, he's in Damascus for us. Hashim, so more details now emerging on what the preparation is going to look like to form a committee to draft a new constitution for Syria. What more can you tell us about that?
Mali, the new administration is adamant on the need to put into place a transition which they are going to control. And this explains why they're saying that we're calling for a national unity conference during which we will appoint this committee which is going to draft the new constitution, pave the way for a transition of up to 4 years, which is very crucial for them. They say stability is the top priority. We're not going to get into any adventure that could cost us entire stability of Syria. Then, within the 4 years, they will reach out to the different factions in Syria about agreeing on electoral code. And after 4 years, they will start new elections that could pave the way for a new government and new parliament. Within these 4 years, there is absolutely no doubt that it's going to be Ahmed al-Shara, the de facto leader of Syria, who will have the final say. Now, do all the Syrians see eye to eye with Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and its leader, Ahmed al-Shara, on the timeline of this transition? It doesn't seem to be the case. Many senior opposition members living abroad have voiced concern, saying that this could be an indication HTS is trying to sideline major factions who were instrumental in the push to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. Are we going to have any consensus in the near future? It's a very difficult question to answer because in the past experiences that we've seen across the Arab world, across the Arab Spring, it never worked. Most of those experiences failed. But here, Syrians say they think Syria could be an exception.
Time will tell. Okay, thank you for that. Hashim al-Habara there for us in Damascus. Well, that is the picture from the capital outside Damascus. The scale of destruction is emerging in Homs. This is the Deir al-Balah neighborhood. It's It's been reduced to rubble after years of bombardment by former President Assad's forces and his allies. Homs is often called the heart of the Syrian revolution after the opposition took the city early on in the civil war. Well, Osama bin Jabed has been in Homs, so talk us through the situation there. What are the challenges in maintaining security?
But as you've seen in the pictures, Deir al-Balda is a microcosm of what the city of Homs looks like. It has been taken out brick by brick, street by street, neighborhood after neighborhood, for being the heart of the revolution. Let me show you what the destruction looks like up close and personal. You've seen those pictures from the air, but this is the reality of what people have to come back to. If you look all the way to my left, in this entire street, this is the 60th Street, all the way to the right, is exactly the same way. In Deir al-Balda, there is everything that has been reduced to ruins. And the Assad government punished this neighborhood and the wider city of Homs with the bombardment, with besiegement, with starvation, where hundreds of thousands of people have gone missing, and many of them are from Homs. We look at this street. This used to be a major highway, a thoroughfare, which used to be full of traffic, but because hundreds of thousands of people have left, there isn't that many people who are traversing the streets right now. On the other side, from that destruction, you can see some of the new structures that have come up as people are trying to slowly come back and rebuild their lives. In one home, there is a family with a number of children because their father was killed during the war. And the other home, the one adjacent to it, we met a woman whose son and cousin are missing. So it is a story that is repeated in almost every street, in every neighborhood in Homs, where people are slowly trying to rebuild their lives. And as they try and do it, they face the difficulty, especially in these parts, in the outskirts of the city, where people who don the military fatigues and carrying weapons and guns come to them and harass them. And it's very difficult for them to differentiate between who are the HTS guys who are in charge and who are the Shabeha who are coming back to harass them. And that is a challenge, that the internal security challenge that this government faces, that it has to police the streets, it has to man checkpoints, and it has also to bring all of the factions together on a united Syria, which can reflect all of the aspirations of the Syrian people, because here in Homs, there's plenty of them around. The Alawis, the Christians, the Sunnis, the Shias, they all make up the city. And people we've been speaking to say that they're ready to move on, but they'll need the help of their government and the wider community.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Osama bin Jabed, that for us in Homs. Let's stay with Syria. And the industrial capital of Aleppo is also facing challenges of its own. It is one of the cities that also suffered significantly during the civil war. Now, a month after Assad's ousting, businesses are struggling to find solutions to problems inherited from the regime. Mohammed Val takes a look.
The old district in Aleppo is in ruins due to Assad regime's indiscriminate attacks. The city used to be the throbbing economic heart of Syria, but years of airstrikes coupled with US sanctions and corruption have left it all but completely lifeless.
Immediately after the fall of the former regime, we removed the obstacles and regulations that used to hinder the success of business. We ended the extortion system of unjust taxation and fines on free traders, but we're still under the impact of sanctions and of problems inherited from the mafia that's been ruling.
At the Chamber of Commerce, business owners brainstorm about plans to alleviate the crisis. Some of them suggested collecting individual contributions to buy fuel, medicine, and other urgent necessities.
The city of Aleppo boasts up to 20,000 factories, supplying not only Syria but also other countries with some of the finest products. But many of these factories are not fully operational at the moment due to severe power shortages.
Ahmed's textile factory, one of the most modern in Syria, is only partially running because of a week-long power outage. He's using a generator to operate a few units.
Our suffering before the liberation was difficult. The war forced the closure of the factory at times. Power crises were frequent, raw materials inaccessible, taxes were exorbitant.
All of this is over, but now it's the issue of energy that's disrupting our business.
The impact of the war is visible everywhere. Thousands of businesses are closed. So many skilled people who left the country still haven't returned. And yet life goes on here, says this man who earns his income making items from local material. He adds that there's one thing the war has failed to destroy: the ingenuity and resilience of the people of Aleppo. And there's hope they will soon be able to turn the situation around. Mohammed Van, Al Jazeera, Aleppo.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera.
I'm Julia Galliano on the U.S.-Mexico border. Coming up, I'll tell you the challenges Mexico faces as President-elect Donald Trump takes office.
As Israel's war on Gaza continues, a new series takes you beyond the headlines of the conflict. Join me, Fatima Bhutto, in conversation with a range of guests as we connect the dots and reveal its impact on the Palestinian people.
My response to every phase of intimidation is do more. I will not stop until the system of oppression is dismantled entirely.
Reframe, coming soon on Al Jazeera.
I'm Harry Davies in the Kimberley in Western Australia, where Indigenous communities are teaming up with scientists to create a new approach to marine conservation.
That's the first thing you learn before you even touch a spear. Jump on the boat with your uncle or father or grandfather.
I'm Rafael Leone, reporting from Brazil. The Xavante tribe is protecting biodiversity while defending themselves against illegal invaders.
Earthrise on Al Jazeera.
Red pandas are one of the world's rarest creatures. Numbers are plummeting due to deforestation, poaching, and climate change. Indian scientists are fighting to protect them.
One of the most important things to conserve a species is to maintain their habitat.
101 East reveals the battle to save India's red pandas on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder for our top stories this hour. At least 6 babies in Gaza have died of hypothermia in the past week. It includes a 20-day-old newborn. Forcibly displaced Palestinians barely have blankets and are living in worn-out tents as Israel continues to restrict humanitarian supplies. Heavy rains are making the situation worse. 10 camps flooding across the strip, and preventable diseases are spreading. UN agencies estimate that more than 1.5 million Palestinians are living in makeshift shelters and cannot withstand the cold. And Syria's new administration is holding talks to discuss the agenda at a crucial national dialogue conference. Rebuilding the economy, security forces and institutions are expected to dominate the conversation. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations has told Yemen's Houthi fighters to stop their missile attacks or risk the same fate as Hamas. He also warned Iran that Israel has the ability to strike anywhere in the Middle East and it won't tolerate attacks by Iran's proxies. The UN Security Council reiterated concern about an escalation in violence. The head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, says he narrowly escaped death at Yemen's main airport when Israeli airstrikes targeted the facility last week. He's used his New Year's address to call on world leaders to pursue peace.
With a new year upon us, our leaders must bring desperately needed peace to the world and health and safety to all. Peace and health are linked. From Gaza to Sudan, Yemen to Ukraine, and Haiti and beyond, peace is and will always be the best medicine for the health and well-being of all people everywhere.
Israeli forces have demolished a building that was under construction near Shuafat camp in occupied East Jerusalem. Israeli military stormed the area and blocked all roads leading to the
demolition site while bulldozers plowed through the streets. The UN has called on Israel to stop its demolition of Palestinian homes and for the immediate evacuation of illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. The lawyers of South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol says that they will fight an arrest warrant issued by a court on Tuesday. Investigators requested the warrant after Yoon failed to appear for questioning several times. Yoon was suspended from office after he attempted to impose martial law earlier this month. He's facing potential charges of insurrection. Rob McBride reports.
For prosecutors investigating impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol, this move was unprecedented but necessary. On 3 separate occasions, they have summoned Yoon for questioning on charges of insurrection arising from his short-lived imposition of martial law, and he has ignored them all. The opposition successfully impeached him in the National Assembly and now want to see him criminally punished.
Yoon Suk-yeol, the leader of the insurrection, must be arrested immediately. Yoon issued an order to the martial law forces to open fire. He also instructed them to break down the doors of the National Assembly with axes and arrest lawmakers.
But Yoon and the ruling party accused the opposition of making the country ungovernable. They say the martial law declaration was within the president's powers, rejecting the arrest warrant.
This illegal and unwarranted request for a warrant being approved raises serious concerns about whether it aligns with the principles of the rule of law. Our position is that such an unlawful warrant request is invalid and without legal effect.
It's unclear how Yoon would be arrested, with his official residence still protected by presidential security. And now the focus for more of his conservative supporters turning out in protest.
With a vibrant tradition of street protests, this period of political turmoil has stirred up both sides. There are mass demonstrations by those who want to see Yoon punished, but also by his supporters, who seem equally determined to prevent his arrest. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Russia has launched a wave of missile and drone attacks across Ukraine, striking Kyiv and other regions. In the capital, at least 2 explosions were reported, but local authorities confirm no casualties or damage. Meanwhile, the northeastern Sumy region strikes hit 12 residential buildings, 2 schools and other infrastructure, according to officials. The attacks come as US President-elect Donald Trump raises uncertainty about the future of American support for Kyiv. Meanwhile, Russia and Ukraine say they've each freed military prisoners in a coordinated swap brokered by the United Arab Emirates. The Russian Defense Ministry says 150 of its soldiers were released on Belarusian soil and are now being transported back to Russia. Ukraine says some of its 189 personnel released include army fighters from Azovstal and Mariupol. The US Treasury Department has accused Chinese state-sponsored hackers of stealing documents from its workstations. Treasury officials have declared the breach to be a major incident and have informed Congress. They say the hack has been contained. And New Zealand has just become one of the first places on Earth to ring in the new year. This was the fireworks display in Auckland, New Zealand, as the clock struck midnight. It's honoured the city's indigenous Maori tribes following a year marked by protests over Maori rights in the nation of 5 million. 2024 was a historic year for Mexico as the country elected its first female president. But Claudia Sheinbaum inherited debt, record-breaking levels of violence and threats of mass deportation from the United States. Julia Galliano has more.
Claudia Sheinbaum making history. In June, she was elected the first woman president of Mexico. Her landslide victory gave her party, Morena, an unprecedented mandate, with supermajorities in both chambers of government.
That allows you to push through with pretty, low effort, massive amounts of constitutional reform. So what we're living through now is one of the biggest bouts of constitutional reform in Mexican history.
Sheinbaum wasted no time putting those reforms in motion, chief among them a legacy of her popular predecessor, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, an overhaul of the judicial system, which her detractors have said dismantles Mexico's democratic structures. But only 2 months into her presidency, it was another election that sent shockwaves through Mexico's political establishment.
Terrible things are happening in Mexico.
Donald Trump picked up right where he left off 4 years ago, on the offensive, threatening to deport millions of undocumented migrants from day one of his administration.
The U.S.-Mexico relationship over the next 4 years is likely to be defined by what happens here, along the 3,000 kilometers of shared border. Trump wants the flow of migrants and drugs to stop, and Sheinbaum says the U.S. must keep weapons from heading south. In the middle is a looming trade war, threatening to destabilize both countries' economies. Publicly, at least, Sheinbaum has appeared poised to deal with Trump, dismissing his threats of a 25% tariff on Mexican products as political theater.
So we've got an empowered Trump, an empowered Mexican government under Morena and Claudia Sheinbaum. So we're going to see a clash of titans here. One titan's bigger than the other, but the other titan, I think, you'll be surprised by how nimble it can be.
But neither Sheinbaum's political mandate nor Trump's threats have been able to curb the issue most affecting the lives of Mexicans, the unabated violence. Despite promises to rein them in, murder rates have soared in 2024, with several states in the midst of all-out battles for control between rival criminal groups. Despite her support among the voters, many communities are trapped in Mexico's endless cycle of violence. And Sheinbaum's coming year, and perhaps her entire presidency, will be judged on how she handles it. Julia Galliano, Al Jazeera, on the U.S.-Mexico border.
Okay, that's it from me. My name's Saeed. The weather is next, and Inside Story looks at Israel's strategy in Gaza City. Do stay with us.
Another wave of cold air is coming out of northeastern China across the open waters of the unfrozen Sea of Japan, so that's enough impetus to produce snow showers for Hokkaido, the high ground of Honshu. It's not a huge amount, just tops up what's already there. There's a lot already there. But the source region remains cold by night and by day. These are high temperatures, -9, -14 in Ulaanbaatar, and that's typical all the way down towards Hong Kong. These are not extremely low temperatures nor high. They're about right this time of year. After a rather cold night, it's a sunny day. True for the Korean Peninsula as well. For Taiwan, the breeze is still accompanied by cloud and rain, so Taipei's forecast is a fairly wet one. It does get a little bit warmer and the skies open up by the time we get to Saturday. I can't say the same of Northern India. Whilst the breeze is bringing rain to Sri Lanka, there is no breeze up here, so there's a lot of persistent fog, poor air quality from Varanasi to New Delhi and beyond. But for Pakistan and increasingly Afghanistan, winter is showing itself in the form of persistent snow. That's likely to fall throughout Iran, Afghanistan, around through the far north, the mountainous part of northwest India and northern Pakistan. So air quality in Islamabad's not bad, but Lahore, I'm afraid your air quality is still on the low side.
The 1960s, a decade of change across the Middle East and North Africa. In the second of a three-part series, Al Jazeera World explores the explosion of arts and culture.
Intellectuals were building new dreams and ideas because the revolutions of the 1960s were not political, but of the mind.
From music to TV, the poetry of protest and revolutionary filmmaking. The 60s in the Arab world. Culture on Al Jazeera.
With winter setting in, Palestinians in Gaza have little protection from the cold. Israel's siege of the north has denied many access to aid or medical supplies. So what's behind Israel's focus on the north? Is it to add pressure on Hamas or to divide the Gaza Strip in two? This is Inside Story. I'm aid groups are warning that Israel is in the late stages of ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza. Only 12 aid trucks have managed to distribute food and water to desperate Palestinians there in nearly 3 months. The backbone of life-saving medical services in the north, Kamal Adwan Hospital, has been stormed and bombed by Israeli forces. And on Sunday, airstrikes targeted Al-Wafa and Al-Ahli hospitals in the northern Gaza city. So, is Israel's strategy in the north starve or surrender? And is Gaza City next? We'll discuss all this with our guests shortly, but first a report from Victoria Gatenby.
Northern Gaza has been under Israeli military siege for nearly 3 months. Relentless airstrikes on hospitals have destroyed its healthcare system. Israeli forces set fire to Kamal Adwan Hospital in Beit Lahir last week, forcing hundreds of patients to flee. Al-Ali and Al-Wafa hospitals, both in Gaza City, have been targeted in recent days.
I was selling tea and coffee, and suddenly, an Israeli missile landed on the tents behind me. Almost a dozen were killed, and many more injured. We pulled out a number of dead bodies from this side, and they're all ripped to pieces.
Israeli forces have split Gaza in two and control all travel between each side. The 4-kilometre deep and heavily fortified Netzarim corridor runs across the strip, stretching from the Israeli border to the Mediterranean Sea. More than 1 year since the war on Gaza began, Israel has not achieved its objective of destroying Hamas. And Palestinian rights groups warn Israel's so-called general's plan has been in motion for months. It reportedly consists of 2 stages. The first is to empty northern Gaza of its residents by laying a full siege. Anyone remaining will be targeted as a legitimate military target. The second phase is to transform the north into a closed military zone under full blockade. Israel will deny the entry of supplies including food, water and fuel. Washington has said it rejects the plan. Israel denies it is carrying it out. But Rowan Talbot from the charity Medical Aid Palestinians said the ethnic cleansing of northern Gaza was the proof of concept. The push on Gaza City is next. The genocide won't stop until it is forced to stop. UN medical teams were given rare access to North Gaza on Sunday. The same day, Israel issued forced evacuation threats for areas in Beit Hanun.
This is a pattern that we have been seeing over and over for the past 14 months. Areas become besieged for a while with no access to humanitarian, with no access to healthcare workers, and no access to food or medical supplies. We have been trying for the past 3 months to come and reach them with Beit Lahir, Beit Hanun and Jabalia, and we couldn't.
Israel denies its leave or die threats are aimed at depopulating North Gaza so it can annex it as a military buffer zone. For tens of thousands of Palestinians trapped in North Gaza, nowhere is safe, not shelters, not so-called safe evacuation zones, not hospitals. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests. From Deir al-Balah in central Gaza, we're joined by Amjad Shawah, director of the Palestinian NGOs Network. From Oslo, we're joined by Dr. Mads Gilbert, an emergency medicine doctor and senior consultant at the University Hospital of North Norway. And in Oxford, in the UK, is James Moran, a former EU ambassador to Egypt and Jordan. A warm welcome to you all, gentlemen. Amjad, let's start with you. What are conditions like for those remaining in northern Gaza now, with winter fully settling in?
Thank you. It's a good question. But still we have to start from the north. Most of the services, mainly health services, collapsed. Only we have approximately 5% still functioning through Al-Awda Hospital, which is under the Israeli siege. And we have high concerns about tens of thousands of people who are still on the north of Gaza Strip, mainly in Beit Hanun, in Beit Lahir, Jabalia, which under the attack for now for 90 days. There is collapse of everything, the social services, water services, denial of the entry of the basic needs, and what we witnessed in Kamal Adwan and the Indonesian hospital, which was evacuated one week ago. Now the Israelis evacuated Kamal Adwan patients and many of the injured people to the collapsed system in the Indonesian hospital with nothing, no electricity, no water, no food, no medical items inside the hospitals with 2 doctors, and we have high concerns about about the lives of the patients and entering the site. If we move to Gaza City, which is mostly evacuated during the last 2 months, there was so many forcible evacuation orders, and we have now about 40 to 60% of the Gaza City is evacuated. And they are suffering from shortage of the basic needs, and they are suffering also from the flooded water after destruction of the infrastructure in the Gaza City, shortage of water, shortage of food, and shortage of shelter items. Moving to the south and middle area, which is now we have about 45,000 inhabitants in 1 kilometer square, which means that there is no empty space to have your tent over. We have 110,000 tents, which I cannot call older tents. It's plastic sheets or cloth sheets to cover these tents while we have this winter, and already we lost 7 lives, 6 of them infants, because of the freezing weather that we are witnessing. Thousands of the tents were flooded, and the families lost the last rescue place to stay. Regarding the hospitals, it's full of patients injured. Daily they are receiving tens of cases, most of them children. Regarding famine, although that we called so many times for the UN to call Gaza Strip as a famine zone due to the shortage of basic needs. Already we have from 20 to 40 trucks load of aid entering all the Gaza Strip, which cannot respond only to 5 to 7%. We are witnessing in our medical points so many severe malnutrition on the children, many diseases with shortage of the basic medicine and medical items in the hospitals and in the medical points. We cannot deal. It's over our capacity as a humanitarian aid organizations. But we want, along the few months of such situation that we are in already, mainly after Rafah crossing closed, and the Israelis controlling every aid is entering, and they are allowed only some trucks that, and now we are suffering from the closure of the bakeries, of the community kitchen, which is providing the families with the hot meals. So catastrophe is there, and the problem is the failure of the international community. Not Gaza Strip.
Yes. I appreciate that answer. That's a pretty comprehensive look at what the situation is right now. Mads, hospitals and medical facilities enjoy special protection under international humanitarian law. As a medic, what's your view on what Israel is doing there right now? How is Israel getting away with flouting its obligations under that law?
Well, they don't obey to any obligation. It's been an annus horribilis 2024 that you would not believe could happen in full daylight with the support of the United States and with more or less backing from Western governments like the EU governments. It's been a massive all-out war on the healthcare system, on the healthcare workers, on the supply lines, and the preconditions to run a healthcare. Look, the Israelis are killing the Palestinians in Gaza in 3 ways. Number one, they bomb them and traumatize, kill them by ripping off arms and legs and causing shrapnel wounds and bleeding to death. Number two, they kill them by the triangle of death, which is the combination of starvation, dehydration, lack of clean water, and diseases. Add to that hypothermia, which is coming now. This means that thousands of people are dying unnecessarily from cancer, from cardiovascular diseases, from diabetic, and so on. And not at least from imposed infectious diseases like hepatitis and diarrhea. And the third way they kill is by attacking the healthcare capacity, so that when you are injured or when you are sick, there will not be capacity to treat you, nor will there be drugs or medical supplies, nor will there be power to the hospital, or there will not be water and food in the hospital. So these are three very important things to understand, and I think we need to avoid a discussion that is humanitarianizing the discussion, because it's easy to sort of end up in only discussing these medical details. But as a doctor, I am trained to look for root causes. And the root cause of these three attacks on the Palestinian people that I mentioned is, of course, the really secular colonial politics. They want to annihilate, they want to grab the land of Gaza, and they want to get rid of the people by ethnic cleansing and by genocide. And this is also a medical problem. It's not only a political problem, because what's killing people in Gaza today is the support of the US and the EU governments for this genocidal attack on healthcare and on the population's right to health.
James, what do you make of that? Israel denies that it's carrying out a deliberate surrender or starve campaign.
They are literally
so what is it
treating him like he is like some sort of political fodder, like some sort of spectacle.
Joseph Borrell, a couple of months ago, made the point that Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war. And I think he was absolutely right to say that. Some EU governments have agreed with him. Others have been silent or have basically supported the Israeli position. The trouble in the EU is that the EU is divided continually on this whole issue. But it seems to me that at the moment, we're now entering a new level of barbarism on the part of this so-called moral army, the Israeli Defense Force, in carrying out what it's doing in Gaza. The situation is beyond apoplectic. It really is dreadful. The last incident there at the hospital and the detention of the director as a suspected terrorist, which is a laughable accusation, is against all humanity. I'm, frankly speaking, was almost lost for words. And this is the name of its national security. All it is doing at the moment is creating another generation of abortions and others who will certainly, in the years to come, make them think again about this sort of policy. I really am confused at this point in time. What on earth is
you see the question and then the answer to those questions. So the question's up top, and then the answer to that question is on the bottom. Sometimes it has more than a page. It's very brief, very simple, purpose for sharing knowledge with individuals who are skeptics, and explains most of the Muslim arguments against what the Bible teaches. And so it's very short read, in a sense. Short isn't, it's 101 questions. But it's only 193 pages. And so there was a Muslim who brought up arguments against the Bible, saying you can't trust the Bible because these 101 reasons. So then some individuals got together and they said, well, let's answer those 101 reasons. And so they did. And so here it is. You have 101 Bible contradictions explained, where it goes over the 101 supposed contradictions and then 101 answers to that. It's only $14.99 right now in a TikTok shop. You can click it, get one for yourself, and start studying. That way you can grow in knowledge, because
sometimes
it's one of the things which conquers the minds of any individuals, and it results in a stunting of spiritual growth. So we want you to grow spiritually, so we want you to be prepared for arguments, common arguments. There's more than 101 arguments that people bring up, but we want you to be prepared for common arguments that you might face when discussing the Bible with somebody who will bring accusations against them. So I got these billboards going out. You can
and most of the people there were arrested or interrogated, and on the end of the day they will find nothing, and we lost the lives of the people there. There's more than 15 people of Kamal Adwan delegates were killed, and so many were injured. Add to this, these patients and injured people went back for medical treatments, and I have to tell you that there is hundreds of bodies in the north of Gaza Strip still under the rubble, and so many of them were bleeding, and no one could reach even to saved their lives. This was continued all over Gaza Strip.
Desperation is going to happen
Tell
anytime you
me, what's
deprive
the
people of their
justification to
very
deny the
basic
internet
needs and
food
dignity, as well as threaten their livelihood, their safety, their children's
of the whole
lives.
Gaza Strip to these
That's
children
the
or
case
communities?
anywhere
What
in any country in
justification that
human
we have?
nature. And of course, we're seeing that, but it's nowhere
That
near
hospital,
the devastation that's being caused by the military conflict, the
cannot
airstrikes,
imagine
and the bombing and the indiscriminate killing. I've seen gunshot wounds in children. Over and over again. I had 18 cases of this in my last trip here. So, that level of destruction, that stops now. All of this,
arrested, interrogated, and after a while they were released.
It's probably in
Or
2
many
days.
of them were died by the Israeli interrogation and torture and by the Israeli
potential
presence.
ceasefire between the Israeli government
Then there is no justification to attack. These premises are protected and supposed to be protected by the international community. The silence from day one towards this crisis led Israel to do more and more
Yeah,
on these
absolutely. The
attacks
locals,
on
when
the
I talk to them,
Palestinian
they're always
civilians,
very
on
hopeful
the
and
Israeli
strong and
Palestinian
resilient. And they have
premises,
this
civil
level of faith
premises as of the
and
hospitals.
patience
And
that
now
I've
we
never
are
witnessed in
dying
my life.
because of the frozen
I
weather
hope there's a
and from
ceasefire. I
famine,
hope
and
for
we
the
will
sake of
witness
humanity,
more
because I
if there
see
will be
humanity ending
rolling
here.
action from the international community, not only to save our lives as Palestinians, to save what the international community agreed and the humanitarian law and the international law. This is unprecedented,
Desperation is going
and
to
this
happen
will have
anytime you
severe
deprive people of
implications,
their
not
very
only in the
basic
Palestinian
needs and
context,
dignity, as well
all
as
over
threaten
the
their
world.
livelihood, their safety, their
Does
children's
what
lives.
Israel is doing in
That's
Gaza right
the
now
case
amount to
anywhere
a
in any
crime
country in
against
human
humanity?
nature.
Will it ever
And
be
of
held
course, we're seeing
accountable
that,
for
but
its
it's nowhere
attacks
near
on hospitals
the
and
devastation
medical
that's being
facilities?
caused by the
You
military
mentioned
conflict,
in
the
your first
airstrikes,
answer,
and the
what do you
bombing
make
and
of
the indiscriminate
detention
killing.
of the director of
I've
the
seen
hospital,
gunshot wounds in children
Abu Safia?
over and over
Why would-
again.
why would
I
he
had
have been
18
detained?
cases of this in my last trip here.
Well, unfortunately,
So,
Dr.
that
Hussam
level
is
of
not the first.
destruction, that
They have
stops now.
detained
All of
medical
this,
leaders
this,
from most
this
hospitals,
situation will
and
stop.
unfortunately,
It's
they
probably
have
in 2 days we
tortured
can
several of them to death. Three
Our
of my
propaganda
close colleagues
society is like
among
a
the
sick
doctors in
man who
Gaza,
doesn't know
three
he's
brilliant
sick.
surgeons and anesthesiologists, have been
I write a
detained
lot
and
more about the
tortured. They're
problems
back in
our
their
society
clinical
faces
service
than
now.
I do
They're
about
working because they're
solutions.
so brave.
I
But
do
this
this
is not
because
new.
we are
They
so
have been
far from being
arresting,
able to implement real
interrogating,
solutions.
they have been
Most people
torturing
don't even really know
doctors,
the
nurses,
problems exist
paramedics
yet.
all the time.
I could
And
spend my
look,
time
this did
talking
not
about the
start on the
need for a
7th of
giant
October
people's
last year.
revolution to dismantle the
The
U.S.
UN
centralized
reports, the
empire and
WHO
capitalism and replace
reports
the
over the last years,
competition-based
during
systems
every
which are
attack,
driving us toward doom with
2006, 9,
collaboration-based
12,
systems where
14,
all of
and so
humanity
on.
collaborates with
The
each other
reports
and
show
with their
that there is a
ecosystem.
consistent
But
pattern
those solutions
in the
aren't
Israeli
going to
occupation
emerge
army to
anytime
attack
soon
healthcare.
because
Look,
public
they have
consent
killed
for
more
the
than
status quo
1,000
order is
healthcare
still being
workers, according to
manufactured
UN,
with a very high
during
degree
these
of success.
last 14 months.
At this
And they
point in
continue
history's
with their
unfolding,
attacks
I
on
may as well
healthcare.
say we should
And I want
solve
to
all
make an
our
important
problems
point.
by inventing
Because
free
what we see
energy
now
and living in the
Gaza
sky like the
is a
Jetsons.
breakdown of international order.
Right now,
10
our
years ago,
society is like
on the
a sick
3rd of
man
October,
who A, doesn't
2015,
know he's sick,
U.S. Air
B,
Force
refuses
fighters
to believe he's
bombed
sick,
and shot
C,
to
believes
pieces
the
the
medicine is
Kunduz
poison.
trauma
Entire
center in
residential
Afghanistan.
complexes and
It was
neighborhoods
run by
have been
Doctors
wiped off the
Without
face
Borders.
of the
They
earth.
killed 42 people and injured 30. It was a big scandal. And President Obama himself came out with a formal U.S.
They're
apology for the bombing of
treating
that
him
hospital.
like he
Since that,
is
the next 10
like
years,
some sort of
there has
political
been an
fodder, like some sort of
increasing
spectacle. He
lenience
was on display for
or
everyone
even
to see in the
acceptance
biggest
to
stage
Israeli
perp walk
attacks
I've
on
ever seen
healthcare
in
in the
my
West Bank
career.
and in
It was
Gaza. And what we
absolutely
see
unnecessary.
in Gaza
He
now
cooperated with
is
law
an
enforcement. He'd been in custody for
unprecedented
over a week.
illegal
He
attack on
waived
healthcare
extradition.
patients,
He was
healthcare workers,
cooperative
and
at all
the key
accounts.
conditions
There's
for
no
health,
reason for
water,
the
food,
NYPD and
security.
everybody to have
That
big
goes
assault rifles. And
unpunished.
frankly, I had
And
no
this
idea
will
it was in
have
their arsenal.
consequences for
That,
all
and
of
to
us.
have all of these
You know, what's next?
press
Who is
there,
and the media there. It was like perfectly choreographed. And what was the New York City Bear doing at this press conference, Your Honor? That just made it utterly political. They are literally treating him like he is like some sort of political fodder, like some sort of spectacle. He was on display for everyone to see in the biggest staged,
walk I've ever seen in my career. It was absolutely unnecessary. He's been cooperative with law enforcement. He's been in custody for over a week. He waived extradition. He was cooperative at all accounts. There was no reason for the NYPD.
There's very little left to bomb in the Gaza Strip. It's killed and maimed thousands of people, many of them children. Are Palestinian rights groups correct when they warn that Israel's so-called general's plan, despite Israeli denials, has been in motion now for months, and that what Israel really wants to do is to empty the north of Gaza of people and impose a closed military zone?
When you ask what Israel has achieved over the last year, I think one thing that it's managed to achieve is the opprobrium of virtually all of the rest of the world. And certainly, if not the governments, then the people of the world are now regarding Israel as a rogue state. It's acting like a rogue state right now in Gaza and has been for many months. But it's getting worse, not better. And I think Israel needs to have a deep reflection. The people of Israel must have a deep reflection about what this is doing to them and their own long-term interests, let alone what it's doing to the people who are at the end of this suffering, which of course are the people of Gaza and the West Bank and elsewhere in the region. It needs to have a reflection. But look, I think so far as the evacuation of northern Gaza is concerned, possibly, I'm sure that people like Mr. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and some of the extremists in the Israeli government would like to see that, but I just don't see how they would ever manage to achieve it, given the enormous movement of humanity that would be involved. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy of the settler movement and the rest in Israel who would like to carry it out. Don't see it happening anytime soon. And certainly the Palestinian people, for all of their suffering, remain as resilient in their own commitment to their self-determination and their rights and their nationhood longer term. And Israel consistently underestimates that. So I don't think that's a feasible option. But what I think has to happen, it really is time for organizations like the EU and others to look very, very seriously at their relationship with Israel. There have been calls in Europe to suspend the Israel-EU association agreement. That covers 1/3 of the trade of Israel. EU is its #1 trading partner because of the violation of the human rights clause in that agreement, which both sides, of course, signed off to. Time, it seems to me, now to suspend that agreement, to take action. Is the EU up to it? We'll see.
What about the incoming Trump administration? Will anything change with Donald Trump in the White House?
If you're asking me, it doesn't look as though if it will. The record of the first Trump administration is there for all to see. The annexation of Golan, the recognition of the annexation of Golan Heights, the movement of the embassy to Jerusalem, and other things, and so on, give you an idea of how the likely direction will be.
James, thank you. Amjad, I have to ask you for a fairly brief answer. What are we to make of Israel's evacuation orders now for Beit Hanun? Is Gaza City next?
If there will be no ceasefire, the situation will be more catastrophic. And that's why we are urging all actors all over the world, this is the real time to save these lives, these children, from such situation, from traumatized, from these shocks that they are suffering from, and at the same time from food shortage, and I'm talking about starvation, from the diseases, at least to push the international community, that this international community cannot offer anything, at least to give them some clothes to cover their bodies. This is real time to practice the real pressure. Otherwise, we'll witness more and more suffering and suffocation, not only for us as Palestinians, suffocation of all that we believe of the human rights principles, the international law, accountability, justice for these people is needed. Save the lives of the Palestinians. We are part of this world, otherwise it will be more and more catastrophe, not only for us.
Mads, Norway's Prime Minister, your Prime Minister issued a statement on the situation on Gaza saying that its recent attacks on the few operational hospitals there are unacceptable, that the UN and other humanitarian organizations must be allowed to continue their vital work, and that civilians, the sick, the wounded, must be given protection, food and medical assistance. There's been a lot of wringing of hands like that over this last year, but still, here we are. The war goes on, people are still dying. As a medic, what would you say to the international community now as we close this year and enter into a new year about stopping this war, stopping this suffering?
I would say two things. Number one, if you're silent or if you don't act, you are complicit in the history books, in the moral accounting for how you react, and also legally complicit. And maybe you will end up in ICJ like Israel currently is. Number two, I would say this is 100% amendable. It is 100% man-made. It can be stopped within 24 hours. Ceasefire, lift the siege, unlimited access for humanitarian support to Gaza, and start the rebuilding of Gaza immediately. And I totally agree with James. There are methods, there are political, peaceful tools that can force both US to stop supplying weapons and that can force Israel to stop bombing and go to a ceasefire. And that is sanctions, it is economical boycott, blockade for the Norwegian government to sell out all their stocks in Israeli stocks, and do the same as EU and the West has done with Ukraine and Russia, namely impose sanctions, blockade, and support the Palestinian people as they support the Ukrainian people.
So I just want to give the final words to James. James, is there any hope of a ceasefire, do you think, as we're going into 2025? Is there any hope here at all to end this suffering?
There has to be some hope. There are those that say that the incoming Trump administration wants to show that it's got some kind of win on the conflict. Maybe that will apply. I kind of doubt it. I haven't got much faith in this new administration when it comes to a ceasefire. But there's always hope, and I'm afraid that the expectation is low.
Gentlemen, for being with us today, Amjad Shawar, Mads Gilbert, and James Moran. And thank you for watching. Don't forget you can see the programme again at any time by going to the website. We're at aljazeera.com. Your comments, of course, are welcome on Facebook. You'll find that at facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or you can use X. Our handle there is at AJ Inside Story. I'll be back on Tuesday. Until then, from me, Adrian Finnegan, and the team here, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
January on Al Jazeera.
Afghanistan, the price of peace, analyzes the failure of the US mission to build a stable Afghan state.
In a new interview series, Reframe is searching for new conversations and perspectives about the war on Gaza.
An in-depth look at the 47th president of the US, Donald Trump, as he's set to be inaugurated for his second term.
Earthrise explores growing global movements that challenge us to redefine how we see our role on Earth.
The Palestine Laboratory reveals how Israel profits from selling cutting-edge surveillance and military technology around the world, using occupied Palestinian territory as a testing ground.
January on Al Jazeera.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Abandoned as a child by his aunt, Christelle Iwolo knows nothing of his early life in the Republic of Congo. After 40 years living in Switzerland, Christelle follows a fascinating paper trail that leads from his adopted home to the country of his birth. And the most unexpected reunion. Witness Iwolo on Al Jazeera.
Part of the Central Moscow umbrella of doubt, we are the ones traveling the extra mile where other media don't go. We go there and we give them a chance to tell their story.
This is Al Jazeera. I'm Teddy Nabogeda with a check on your world headlines. Palestinians in Gaza are being killed by bombs, starvation, disease, and now they're freezing to death. At least 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies, have died of hypothermia in the past week. That includes a 20-day-old newborn. Temperatures are plummeting and hundreds of thousands of forcibly displaced people are struggling to keep warm. And those heavy rains are making the situation worse, with flooding destroying already tattered tent camps across the Gaza Strip. Brahim Al-Khalili reports from a tent camp in Gaza City where floods have made life uninhabitable.
I'm now standing in Gaza Municipality Park in northern central Gaza Strip. It has been a vibrant park where civilians were coming to play, but unfortunately it has turned into a makeshift shelter for civilians who have been forcibly displaced from Beit Lahia, from the refugee camp, and Beit Hanun. As you can see, tents and winter has arrived, and the weather is adding more suffering to these civilians.
Can you believe humans are living in a place like this? We're displaced civilians forced out of our homes. Look at what we have ended up with. Shelling, bombardment, starvation, and now severe temperatures and floods. What can we do? Where should we go? Would you live in a place like this? Is this life? Water has been dripping on our children day and night. I'm an old woman, about 60 years of age. Look at us. This is not life. It's not even fit for animals to live in.
As you can see here, the water is flooding here, and civilians are filling up tents inside this park. As you can see, the situation is getting much more dire with the bombed pipelines and the sewage and water are flooding in the street, and the situation is going from bad to worse, especially in this winter season, which people used to enjoy in the past, but unfortunately now it has been a catastrophic season for these displaced civilians who are facing unimaginable health conditions. After they got their houses destroyed, they ended up in overcrowded shelters, and they are suffering so much with the destroyed infrastructure and living in tents. Their conditions are beyond unimaginable. Brahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Northern Gaza, Palestine.
Syria's new administration is holding talks to discuss the agenda at a crucial national dialogue conference. Rebuilding the economy, security forces, and institutions are expected to dominate that conversation. And there will be votes on dissolving parliament and rewriting the constitution. Organizers have invited leaders from across Syria's civil society, as well as representatives from abroad. Israel's ambassador to the UN has told Yemen's Houthi fighters to stop their missile attacks or risk the same, quote, fate as Hamas. He also warned Iran that Israel has the ability to strike anywhere in the Middle East and it won't tolerate attacks by Iran's proxies. The UN Security Council reiterated concern about an escalation in violence. In South Korea, the acting president Choi Sang-mok has ordered emergency safety checks on the national airline operations system after Sunday's crash that killed 179 people. Investigators are now focusing on possible mechanical issues, communication failures, and the airport barrier design. A bird strike has not been ruled out. Sunday's crash is South Korea's worst aviation disaster in decades. New Zealand has just become one of the first places on Earth to ring in the New Year. This was the fireworks display in Auckland, New Zealand, as the clock struck midnight. It honored the city's indigenous Maori tribes following a year marked by protests over rights in the nation of 5 million people. Those are the latest headlines on Al Jazeera. Coming up next, it's Al Jazeera World. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye for now.
شوية التويست والتشاتشا والروكن رول.
مصر كانت تكتب وبيروت كانت تطبع والعراق كانت تقرأ.
خلي المية تجري وتجري بقى العطشانة يلا. يوسف شاهين عمل 4 أو 5 أفلام عن هزيمة الحزيران، صور عودة ابن الضال، توقع الهزائم العربية المقبلة والدمار العربي المقبل وصراع الأجيال، صور ارتباطها بوضعنا العربي العام بالأرض.
The 1960s was a decade of change in Europe and the Americas, but also in the Middle East and North Africa. Some preferred the way things were, but many people embraced new movements in politics, society, and especially cultural change. Fresh ideas and modern thinking began to awaken across much of the region. Music, the arts, and film broke new ground during the decade.
أنا مش عارف أروح فين ولا عندي مش عارف حتى هرجع تاني.
الستينات كانت التغير الأساسي بالذهنيات على صعيد العالم كله.
علشان احنا مع بعضينا والأول مرة لوحدينا ومحدش
عقد الستينات ده نسميه كده بشكل عام عقد الرومانسية العربية.
مجرد تذكرين الستين أنت تسحبيني إلى منطقة نعتبرها من أجمل مراحل حياتنا. وبدأوا يسمعوا أغاني جديدة غير الأغاني القديمة، يم العباية والوعبات والأشياء التقليدية التراثية.
لأن قاعد توجه العالم العربي أكيد أنا لما اخترت الاستقلال كانت تبحث عن الأيزاق وعن الهوية. كان المخاض ما بين رؤيتين، رؤية المحافظة ورؤية تريد للأيزاق.
المجتمعات العربية في ذلك الوقت كانت يغزوها حلم في أن تكون بلادنا ومجتمعاتنا ترتقي إلى مستوى مجتمعات المعرفة.
عندما ازدهر الاقتصاد الثقافي، بدايات الصناعات الثقافية، دخول عصر الكاسيت بعد عصر الاسطوانات، عندما أصبح هناك أيضا بث تلفزيوني فيما بعد، عندما أصبح عدد الذين يقرؤون أكثر لأن التعليم انتشر أكثر، كل هذا أتاح جمهورا أكبر من الناس ومن الشباب ومن الشابات أيضا للمشهد الفكري في الرقعة العربية الستينية.
The two countries where singers and musicians began to innovate the most were Egypt and Lebanon.
بالموسيقى العربية بالقرن العشرين حصل ثورتين موسيقيتين كبريين. الثورة الموسيقية الأولى بين سيد درويش وعبد الوهاب لحد محمد فوزي وسيد مكاوي، هيدي موسيقى المدن العربية، وكان أقطابها المغنين الكبار هن محمد عبد الوهاب وأم كلثوم. الثورة الثانية حصلت بلبنان، هيدي موسيقى أرياف الشام، هيدي أركانها كانوا الأخوين رحباني، زكي نصيف، وديع الصافي، صباح، فيروز.
مرجحنا مرجحنا يا ريت الحلوة مرجحنا وعلى الشوشنا.
صباح أهم شيء عندها أنها شاركت بالنهضة الموسيقية المدنية في مصر بحوالي 60 فيلم، وشاركت بالنهضة اللبنانية اللي هي تمدين موسيقى الأرياف في لبنان، يعني النهضتان.
The lyrics of Arab music tended to have more substance than a lot of Western pop of the time.
طلعت مجموعة أغاني تعطي للفتاة نوع من الزهور بالنفس اللي بتحكي عن العلاقة بين البنت والشاب، العلاقات العاطفية مثلا، قديش كان في قيود على هاي الشغلة. بس لما يطلع لك مثلا أغاني عبد الحليم، أول مرة تحب يا قلبي، انسحرت أنا مثلا بهاي الأغنية. وطلعت أغاني فيروز، أغاني في منتهى الجمال.
الاغاني كلها بقت متقسمه حاجتين، حاجه من الاثنين، يا اما الحب والغرام والهيام والقسوه واللوعه والحاجات دي هتلاقي في اغاني ام كلثوم وعبد الوهاب وعبد الحليم وفريد الأطرش، يا اما الوطنيه يا جمال يا حبيب الملايين والثوره، واحد الابطال في ذلك كان عبد الحليم حافظ اللي هو كان بيعتبر ان هو فنان الثوره.
أنا بحب ألخص التحولات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والثقافية بنموذجين في مصر. نموذج عبد الناصر كسياسي ونموذج أم كلثوم. أم كلثوم كانت تحمل نفس الكاريزما ونفس التأثير مثل عبد الناصر بالنسبة للجماهير، ولكن هي في مجال الفن. يجمع بينهما أن كلاهما كان له تأثير عارم في العالم العربي. أنا أتحدث كنموذج نسائي في مجتمع ذكوري استطاعت أن تلمع وأن تحقق نفسها.
ظهرت على المسرح الآن كوكب الشرق أم كلثوم وتغني أغنية من أروع أغنيات
الأمهات الجزائريات التي كانت تحفظ أولادها، بينما الرجال كانوا على جبهات المقاومة والقتال، كانوا بيحفظوا أولادهم اللغة العربية عبر القرآن. وأم كلثوم بالنسبة للجيل الأكبر لأن كانت أغانيها منتشرة وكانت تغني باللغة العربية السليمة، وهو ده اللي أدى إلى انتشار اللغة العربية ومقاومة الاستعمار أو ما يعرف بفرنسة المغرب العربي.
لما حصل التأثير المصري على الموسيقى السودانية ظهرت يعني الأغاني الطويلة، المقدمات الطويلة زي ما محمد عبد الوهاب بلحن الست أم كلثوم مثلا، الأغاني الطويلة يعني لي مرات نلقى أغنية مثلا المدة بتاعتها تلت ساعة 25 دقيقة. سنة 64 ظهر الفنان محمد اللمين وأصبح رمزه حتى اليوم، بيغني يعني بالشعر وواضح الشعور كله بيمجد ثورة أكتوبر. ظل العمل بتاع أوبريت الملحمة اسمه كده اللي هو من شاعر الأستاذ حسن صديق، ده أوبريت أنا أفتكر ده ممكن يكون شكل بتاع أوبرا سودانية.
المثقفون كانوا عم يبنوا أحلام جديدة، أفكار جديدة ترتبط بما كان يسمى في ذلك الحين الصراع الطبقي، إنما على الطريقة العربية، لأن الستينات ما كانت ثورات سياسية، كانت ثورات بالذهنيات. والأغنية اللي طلعت بهذيك الأيام بمصر أو حتى بلبنان حتى بتونس الحلي حتى بالمغرب فرقة جلجلالة وفرقة ناس الغيوان كلهم طلعوا بهذيك المرحلة، طلعوا متأثرين بنوع من الربط بين البيتلز والغناء الشعبي المحلي.
الأغنية المغربية ديك الساعة هي أصلا متأثرة بالأغنية المشرقية، يعني مغني في الأمام وراءه جوق من العشرات أو يعني واحد 15 20 ديال العازفين وناس مرددين بما يسمى بالكورال، فجاو ناس الغيوان غنوا الغناء ديالهم الممتح من التراث المغربي ولكن بفكر يساري. إذا ناس الغيوان كانت في السياق، كانت على موعد مع التاريخ المغربي. المغربي وايضا بعد التاريخ العربي، لان ما نساوش العالم العربي ديك الساعه صعود جمال عبد الناصر في مصر، صعود اليسار في العالم العربي وقوه اليسار المغربي ديك الساعه.
يا ريتني لو اقدر اقول فيك الكلام.
في فترة السينما ابتدى يظهر تيار جديد كما أطلق عليه السودانيين موسيقى الجاز، لأنه هي الفترة بتاعت الانتقال من غناء جماعي من غير استخدام آلات موسيقية إلى استخدام الآلة الموسيقية، فقالوا له حديث. فشرحبيل لما بدأ سنة 60 ولأول مرة يعمل حفل في المسرح القومي كافتتاح، والحفل كان منقول بالإذاعة السودانية على الهواء، كل السودان كان بيسمع، فالسودانيين كلهم كانوا مستغربين عن الآلة اللي كان بيستخدمها شرحبيل، مسألة الجيتار، لأنهم يتعودوا على العود، يتعودوا على الكمان، الشكل المألوف اللي هو نقول الموسيقى التقليدية السودانية. والناس لما شافت شرحبيل، وشرحبيل أساسا هو راجل رياضي في الأساس، وكانوا بيعملوا رقص في المسرح واستعراض وآلة الدرامز والجيتارات، يعني بيأدي في غنى الإيقاعات الراقصة المامبو السامبا، يعني إيقاعات جميلة بخماسية سودانية الأصل، يعني ما لم تتأثر بسواء أفريقيا أو بالغرب. ظهور شرحبيل برضه في الستينات أدى إلى ظهور فرق أخرى فيها من مشى بنفس الأسلوب بتاع شرحبيل، أنه يألف أغاني خماسية سودانية باللهجة الدارجية السودانية اللي واصل أي مواطن سوداني أو مستمع سوداني، وده تأثير نجاح شرحبيل اللي هو أصبح الآن مدرسة فنية قائمة بفرق كثيرة جدا جدا.
أرقص فرفش 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 أنت همومك أوعك تزعل، فكر واعمل بكرة
يعني أذكر هواية التويست والتشاتشا والروك اند رول كثير كنت، يعني يمكن أرقص شرقي ما أعرف، يعني ما كانت بالعائلة، أنا بنت وحيدة وما حد يعلمني، بس خالي كان راجع من إنجلترا مهندس دارس هناك، هو كان ماي بارتنر، فكان هو اللي علمني على كل هاي الأشياء.
حصل انفتاح برضه على الأغاني والموسيقى الغربية، ودي كان لها قبول واسع من طبقات من الشباب المثقف أو شباب الطبقة المتوسطة أو الطبقة المتوسطة العليا بالذات، اللي هم قادرين على إنهم يفهموا شيء من اللغة ويتفاعلوا. في عيال كانت بتبقى قادرة إنها تروح ديسكوهات، الديسكوهات غالية، مش أي حد هيروح كده ديسكو بتاع. في الديسكوهات طبعا كانت تشتغل بالموسيقى الغربية، لكن حصل انفتاح على حركة البيتلز، قبليه كان جيمس دين في أواخر الخمسينات.
أهم مجال موسيقي أثرت فيه النزحة الفلسطينية إلى لبنان من خلال صبري الشريف، اللي تولى إدارة أعمال أخوان رحباني، وبدأوا يؤسسوا سنة 57 بمهرجانات بعلبك الليالي اللبنانية. جاءوا الفلسطينيين الموسيقيين إلى لبنان بفكرة الحقيقة بدأوها بإذاعة يافا، بإذاعة الشرق الأدنى في يافا، إنه يهتموا بالتراث الشعبي، الغناء الشعبي الريفي في فلسطين. فجاءوا بهذه الفكرة بعد النكبة إلى لبنان تمدين موسيقى الأرياف الشامية، لأنه جابوا موسيقى الأرياف الشامية الماجنة والعتابة اللي بتتغنى على الربابة، حطوها على أوركسترا وغناء منمق مع كورس، وأضافوا إلها الدبكة من مروان ووديع جرار اللي كانوا أول المدربين على فرق الدبكة اللي كانت تشارك بهاي المهرجانات.
Share and subscribe. Like, hate, comment, subscribe and share. SNS, baby.
عندك فرقة رضا.
And Google me. I'm Bing and Yahoo on my search engine partners, and follow all my social media. And make me a Wikipedia page and Erik Powery for President fan pages on all social media: TikTok, Facebook, X, Blue Sky Social, Reddit, Tumblr, MySpace, AOL, Black Planet, Mihente.com.
وتصور هذه الحياة بسكتشات بالأول ثم بمهرجانات بعلبك ومهرجانات الأنوار، وصارت هذه أساس للحركة الموسيقية الناهضة اللي حصلت في لبنان من أواخر الخمسينيات الستينيات إلى أوائل السبعينيات.
Music and the movies started to change people's social habits.
احنا بالستينات عندنا نوادي اجتماعية كنا دائما نروح لها، عندهم سينما، عندهم حفلات شهرية، غناء، يعني حياة مستمرة بهذه الحالة. السينمات كانت هي ملاذنا.
And leave in the comments what you want to talk about. Current events, politics, fashion, sports. I love all sports. I'm well-rounded, man. Politics is my bag, but I'm very knowledgeable about a broad array of topics. Current events, sports, fashion, politics. Discuss what you want to talk about.
كبار النجوم اللي كانوا بهذه المرحلة هي كانت فاتن حمامة طبعا في السينما المصرية.
Leave it in the comments what you want to talk about, future topics.
ما قالت الواد اللي بتحبه يا ريتني حتة منك، عايزة أكون جوه قلبك وروح، كلام فارغ لكن لذيذ.
حرام هو أعظم فيلم عربي وأعظم تمثيل بفيلم عربي.
هو كان جرالها ايه؟ ما فهم.
مأساة المرأة اللي تغتصب وهي عمالها بتقلع الخضار بالحقل ورايحة مشان تجيبهم لجوزها المريض، وجوزها مريض جدا، بتخبي الموضوع، بتقدرش تحكي عنه، وبعدين لما بتخلف تضطر تسكت الطفل فبيموت. فهاي القصة كانت مرعبة.
من المخرجين اللي برزوا بالستينات ووصلوا للذروة بالسبعينات شادي عبد السلام. شادي عبد السلام يعتبر إلى جانب الناصر خمير ومنصف ذواب التونسيين من أفضل المجددين بالأشكال السينمائية العربية، مع أنه عمل فيلم وحده، عمل فيلم المومياء يعني اللي بيعتبروه بعض النقاد أو معظم النقاد بيعتبروه من أهم فيلم بالسينما العربية. هذا فيلم شكل، يعني جدد فيه بالشكل باللقطات بالديكور، لأنه أصلا رسام ومهندس ديكور، بحيث أنه كل لقطة بتشكل نوع من لوحة تشكيلية فسيفساء عن حياة بمصر في تلك المنطقة الجرداء التي يعيش أصحابها من نبش القبور والآثار وبيعها.
وعن الأفندية الذين يتمنون أن يعرفوا السر، أريدك أن تعلم أيضا أن سر الدفينة أغلى من حياة أي فرد في قبيلة سليم.
احتفل بمقر وزارة الثقافة والإرشاد بتوزيع جوائز السينما على الفائزين من المشتغلين بجميع فروع صناعة السينما لعام 59-60. وحضر الاحتفال السيد ثروت عكاشة وزير الثقافة والإرشاد والممثلون والمخرجون والمنتجون والممثلات. فازت النجمة السينمائية ماجدة بالجائزة الأولى للإنتاج عن فيلم جميلة، وفازت النجمة فاتن حمامة عن دورها في بين الأطلال، وفازت قصة يوسف السباعي بالجائزة الأولى عن جميلة ضحية، وفاز الأساتذة حلمي حليم، يوسف شاهين، نجيب محفوظ وعلي الزرقاني وعبد الرحمن الشرقاوي ووجيه نجيب ونيازي مصطفى وكريكل ونصري عبد النور.
عبد الناصر كان يعترض أو يمنع أو يرفض الفكر المغاير فقط. ليه؟ لأفكاره، لما كان يطرحه، ولكن عكس ذلك كان يسمح به، ولذلك السينما في عهده انتعشت.
من بسالة الجيش المصري يتجرؤون ويهجمون على الإسكندرية نفسها. صلاح الدين أعطاهم درسا لم ينسوه.
علشان يحقق عبد الناصر أفكاره بالنسبة للطبقة الوسطى ويضيق الفجوة ما بين الطبقة العليا والطبقة الدنيا، 3 أفلام كانوا يعبروا عن هذه الفترة: رد قلبي، الأيدي الناعمة، الناصر صلاح الدين.
رئيس عبد الواحد، عندنا أمر من أفندينا نوديه مستشفى المجازين. نحن هنودي الرئيس عبد الواحد للدكتور لأنه فعلا تعبان من الظلم والطغيان، هو و18 مليون مصري.
لما نشوف مضامين هذه الافلام في السينما هي قد تؤيد فكر جمال عبد الناصر.
صلاح الدين لا ينسى العرب، إذا هناك سر يخفيه السلطان حتى عن صديقه الهلال نفسه.
الفيلم ده كان بيعبر عن ايه؟ عن القوميه العربيه التي كان يريدها عبد الناصر. عبد الناصر كان يريد ان يقول للمشاهد انا الناصر صلاح الدين الجديد.
التيار الجمهوري الموالي للفكر الناصري تمكن من عمل سينما وأفلام عن ثورة اليمن، كما هو الفيلم الذي شارك فيه عماد حمدي وصلاح منصور وماجدة في فيلم اسمه ثورة اليمن. أيضا فيلم منتهى الفرح الذي شارك فيه فريد الأطرش، وكان نوع من التحية للجنود المصريين الذين يقاتلون في اليمن.
Coming up in part 2, how creative expression in the Arab world in the 1960s took many different forms, from the poetry of protest to authors using the written word as a weapon of change.
67 عملت نقلة بالأدب، يعني مثلا طلعوا أدباء المقاومة، بدينا نسمع بمحمود درويش، سميح القاسم، توفيق زياد، منتصب القامة أمشي، سجل أنا عربي.
ورقم بطاقتي 50,000 وأطفالي 8 وتاسعهم سيأتي بعد صيف، فهل تغضب؟ سجل أنا عربي.
And when cinema met politics, the Arab world's radical 60s filmmakers.
Manipulated by those in power.
Elon Musk's role in this election is unique. I don't think we've seen anything like it before.
No question they were instrumental in helping the president win the election.
Driven by self-interested players.
They have put their astronomical profits before people.
Susceptible to government control.
His propaganda is designed to inflame and to censor.
The way that this story is being told is not right, and it's not accurate.
From social networks to legacy media, the Listening Post exposes the forces behind the headlines on Al Jazeera.
As Israel's war on Gaza continues, the new series takes you beyond the headlines of the conflict. Join me, Fatima Bhutto, in conversation with a range of guests as we connect the dots and reveal its impact on the Palestinian people.
My response to every phase of intimidation is do more. I will not stop until the system of oppression is dismantled entirely.
Reframe, coming soon on Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera. I'm Daddy Navigator with a check on your world headlines. Palestinians in Gaza are being killed by bombs, starvation, disease, and now they're freezing to death. At least 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies, have died of hypothermia in the past week. That includes a 20-day-old newborn. Temperatures are plummeting, and hundreds of thousands of forcibly displaced people are struggling to keep warm in makeshift tents they've been using for the past 14 months. Those heavy rains are making the situation worse, with flooding destroying already tattered tent camps across the Strip. The UN has warned Israel is dismantling the means of survival in Gaza and systematically hindering humanitarian access.
We were displaced from Beit Lahia, north of the Gaza Strip. We were given a tent, but it's not up to the task. It can't protect us from the freezing winter cold or the rain. Every now and then, the tent floods with water. No one is helping us, or is even bothering to think of our plight.
Look at our lives, how we're living. My son was injured, his belly was ripped open. We don't have mattresses or blankets, and now the floor is flooded with water. Tell me where to go, what to do. Have mercy on us.
Syria's new administration is holding talks to discuss the agenda at a crucial national dialogue conference. Rebuilding the economy, security forces, and institutions are expected to dominate the conversation. There'll be votes on dissolving parliament and rewriting the constitution. Organizers have invited leaders from across Syria's civil society, as well as representatives from abroad. In South Korea, the acting president, Choi Sang-mok, has ordered emergency safety checks on the national airline operation system after Sunday's crash that killed 179 people. Investigators are now focusing on possible mechanical issues, communication failures, and the airport barrier design. A bird strike has not been ruled out. Sunday's crash is South Korea's worst aviation disaster in decades. New Zealand has just become one of the first places on Earth to ring in the new year. So this was the fireworks display in Auckland, New Zealand, as the clock struck midnight. Those are the latest headlines on Al Jazeera. The news hour is at the top of the hour. I'll see you then, but up next, it's back to Al Jazeera World. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye for now. In the 1960s, television grew across the Middle East and North Africa, and so did cinema, especially in Egypt. But there was also filmmaking away from the mainstream, where politics loomed large. Some directors saw their role as historians, documenting many of the tumultuous events of the decade.
الوقت اللي ولدت بالستينات السينما من بعد فترة من الاستقلال المغربية والتونسية بتشبه السينما اللبنانية. ولدت بأفلام يعني مثل صراخ لعمار خليفي، مثل الشرقي لمؤمن سماحي بالمغرب، أفكار كمان تتبع أيار الفرنسي من ناحية التحرر الوطني على الفارسية.
أنا شخصيا كنت في جيش التحرير الوطني مصور سينما لنقل أحداث الثورة الجزائرية عبر السينما، يعني كنا في الحدود التونسية الجزائرية. وقناة السينما يعني هي كانت تصوير أحداث بإمكانيات قليلة جدا، يعني ما كانتش إمكانيات اللي كانت، لكن يعني استطعنا نصور أحداث أشياء اللي كانت خدمة الثورة الجزائرية، مثلا وصلت واقع الثورة الجزائرية إلى الأمم المتحدة.
مرة أخرى تعرض القضية الجزائرية أمام الأمم المتحدة، وتبعث الحكومة الفرنسية بوفد ممن عرفوا بمكرهم وحقدهم ضد العرب لتشويه الحقائق والدفاع عن أسطورة الجزائر الفرنسية.
فرنسا كانت عندها قوة مخصصة للثورة الجزائرية، غير في السينما 250 مصور سينمائي. بداية السينما الجزائرية والعالمية هو معرفة الجزائر، وهو إنتاج خاص بشخصية تاريخية عاشت الحدث.
حيث فقدت أغلب إطاراتها أثناء التعذيب والاعتقالات التي شملت الآلاف من الجزائريين في عهد العباس.
ذاك الوقت نجم ننجز
تتغدوا في البيت يا خالتي، ربي معك.
صح. كل ما هو أعمال سينمائية تأخذ من القرب الحميم، عائلته والقرية، الرحلة رئيس القرية كأنه عاش هو في محيطه القريب، وهذا اللي يجعل من السينما شيء واحد حميمي جدا يوصل به للعالمية. أنا في 1965 يعني ما شبعت، كان بالنسبة لي أنا أتفرج في المعدين اللي جاب 14 جائزة في المهرجانات الدولية في العالم. فيلم ريح الأوراس اللي أخذ جائزة مهرجان كاميرا دور، ممكن يكون أصلا العصر الذهبي للسينما الجزائرية من 65 إلى السبعينات.
بيروت صارت عاصمة ثقافية وعاصمة عربية بهالفترة بالذات. طبعا في أسباب أدت إلى التحول، هو كل الأشياء اللي صارت بالمنطقة، من تقسيم فلسطين للثورة بمصر، للثورات والانقلابات بسوريا، للثورة بالعراق. اللي كان يشتغلوا مسرح أو غير مسرح ما كانوا معزولين عن بعض. الرسامين، المسرحيين، الإعلاميين، الشعراء، الموسيقيين، فنانين الرقص، كانوا كلهم يعني ببيئة واحدة، عالم واحد. كل المواضيع كانت مطروحة على الساحة بين الكل.
كانت بيروت بدأت تحتضن الحياة الثقافية، أصبحت هي المركز الثقافي بعد مصر. يعني كانت حاضنة للحريات، فكان الملاذ الحر لكل العراقيين أن يروحون هناك يتنفسون وفي نفس الوقت ينتجون.
التقدميين في الثقافة بالفكر بالفن كانوا يبحثوا عن جذور. البحث عن الجذور كمان بهذيك الفترة كان شغلة كثير مهمة. كان يكون عندنا بالوقت ذاته جذور وحداثة.
يمكن قبل حصل نوع من ثورة بالذهنيات الثقافية بالعالم العربي عن طريق مسرح العبث، ويمكن العلامة الأكبر في تأثيره هذا المسرح قبل ما يحصل تأثير بالعراق عن طريق العالمي، حصل بمصر عن طريق عن طريق كثير حكيم اللي فجأة ابتدى يكتب مسرح عبث. كتب يا طالع الشجرة، كتب الطعام بكل فم، مسرحيتين ينضوا تماما بلواء مسرح العبث.
وحتى محامي يقف جنبك عشان ياخد حقك. ايوه يا اسطى، بس انت مش عارف المحاماه يا اسطى. الحكايه مش محتاجه محامي، الحكايه بس كلها محتاجه شويه فهلاوه. والفهلاوه موجوده. عرفت تبدل.
Share and subscribe. Like, hate, comment. Comment what topics you want to talk about. Current events, sports, fashion, politics. Put it in the comments. Subscribe and share. SNS. Subscribe and share. And thank you. This is Erik Powery for president, and I approve this message.
كان في طيب صديقي بالمغرب، كان في مصطفى كاتب ياسين بالجزائر، كان في بتونس أي بن أيام.
لن تتركوا سدى، إن مع اليوم غدا، إنكم ساقطون في الحفرة الهواء.
صديقي كان يعني فنان عبقري، كان مبهر بتجاربه ببحث عن مسرح حديث له علاقة بالجذور العربية.
أيها الناس، أوصيكم بالفقر والدردالة. عليكم بالفقر والدردالة.
سعد الله ونوس من أكبر الكتاب المسرحيين بالعالم، يعني ما بينحصر ببس مسرح العربي مسرح السوري. تجربته كثير مهمة، ولهالسبب هو مترجم، يعني تلاقيه باللغات الأجنبية. هو تبع المدرسة البرشتية، يعني المسرح السياسي يعبر عن تناقضات المجتمع بشكل كثير عقلاني. بلش هيك، بس مع الوقت تطور وخلق نوع من المسرح بدون ما يتخلى عن الأهداف الفكرية السياسية الاجتماعية، ولكن شكل عربي بكل معنى الكلمة. اللغة، الشخصيات، تكوين الشخصيات، التركيب المسرحي، بالعلاقة مع الجمهور، مع ذاكرة الجمهور.
وألقى السيد يوسف العالي مدير عام مصلحة السينما والمسرح كلمة قبل بدء العرض شكر فيها سيادة الزعيم على رعايته هذه الحفلة وعلى توجيهاته السديدة للمصلحة.
أول مسرحية حضرتها وكانت مؤثرة بي جدا هي النخلة والجيران، غالب طعمة فرمان.
هذا شربت أصلي ما مغشوش باوع عبالك تليفون.
4 فرق تأسست أهلية. هذه الفرق باشرت بعد ذلك النشاط المسرحي طوال فترة الستينات والسبعينات، وكل فرقة من هذه الفرق تميزت بشيء معين. يعني مثلا فرقة المسرح الخليج يغلب عليها محاولة التجريد.
كلام واحدة من زمان بيته والله العظيم ما تتشل بعد احنا قدناها وانت كيف؟ أميس أميس يا علي طاحت التيس.
في سنة 60 تقدم هاتان الفتاتان مريم غضبان ومريم الصالح كأول فنانتين في الخليج. هذا شجع على ماذا؟ شجع على دخول العناصر.
بس
Theatre had a loyal following but was not a mass medium. In the 60s, radio reached much bigger audiences.
إذاعة أنا عم شغالة من سنة 40 يعني. الإذاعة لما اشتغلت من سنة 40 ما كان الهدف هو بس الأغاني السودانية، إنما المستعمر كان بيستخدم الإذاعة عشان يبث أخباره، فكان بيسمعوا للفنانين يغنوا أغنية واحدة بس يجمعوا الناس عشان هم يقدروا يقولوا الأخبار بتاعتهم. لكن بعد ذاك الحمد لله المسألة مشت، بقدر الإذاعة عند السجيهات وبتسجل كده يعني.
بالصدفة أنا كنت من المقيمين في بغداد. الراديو بالنسبة لنا كان النافذة الوحيدة اللي إحنا بنطل عليها للعالم الآخر. نسمع منه الأخبار، نسمع المسلسلات التلفزيونية، نسمع الأغاني، الموسيقى إلى آخره.
هنا القاهرة.
بهذاك الوقت أكثر إشي كنا نسمع صوت العرب، كانت يعني متنوعة وفيها برامج دراماتيكية أكثر، فكانت محرك بالنسبة لنا.
هذا صوت العرب الناطق بلسانكم المكافح من أجلكم.
مصر أيام عبد الناصر كانت عاوزة تنتشر انتشار كبير. الإذاعات الأهلية كان لها دور الوصل بين مصر كمصر وبين العالم. مصر كانت عندها الإذاعات الشرقية باللغة التركية باللغة الإيرانية، ده احنا عملنا حاجة بلغة الهوسة.
But radio was already well established. TV was new technology.
دخول التلفزيون كثير غير أشياء. بابا كان يحب التكنولوجيا الجديدة، فأول ما واحد جاب المنطقة تلفزيون، فكانت بيبي اللي هي جدتي من تجي تشوف هذا المذيع يباوع عليها تقول له جعفر هذا اللي يباوع عليه جيبوا لي العباية. وبعدين أطفال الحارة كلهم بالكاظم يجون كلهم العصر ما حد يسأل، الباب مفتوح كلهم يجون يتفرجون كأنه سينما، الغرفة تتعبى أطفال قاعدين يتفرجون على التلفزيون. بس أنا أتذكر من التلفزيون بداياته أتذكر أفلام هندية ما أجملها كانت كلش أحبها لأنه مناظر تخبل، يعني شيء عجيب إيش قد مناظرهم حلوة ويرقصون هواية ويغنون هواية.
الكاميرا في إنه ممكن رفعها وإنزال الغير
التلفزيون والإذاعة هما نظام مهمان ساعد كثيرا على أن الفنانين يجدون وسيلة له، ولذلك كل العاملين في الإذاعة أو يعني الممثلون تمثيليات يومية وأسبوعية وشهرية إلى آخره، وأيضا بدأت دراما التلفزيون.
Film, music, TV, drama, and radio were all transformed in the 1960s. And the visual arts also enjoyed a decade of newfound creative freedom.
بدأنا نكتشف في العالم العربي إنه في مجالات للنضال الثقافي، يعني ابتدى في شرف يرسم عنتر يستعيد البطل العربي بدل ما يرسم تجريديات على الطريقة التقليدية. عادوا يكتشفوا مش التراث، عادوا يكتشفوا الأصالة الموجودة مرتبطة بروح الشعوب العربية. وابتدت بالعراق حركة فنية هائلة جدا، كله أنا برأيي هذا كان ولادة من رحم الستينات، خلتنا مش نعيد اكتشاف الغرب فقط، لكن ثم اكتشفنا أنفسنا.
الحركة الفنية الحديثة الطبيعية ومدرسة الرواد اللي كانوا يطلعون للطبيعة يرسمون مباشرة للطبيعة، والمدرسة الأهم اللي هي مدرسة بغداد الفن الحديث كانوا يعتمدون على أسلوب معين من الرسم. طبعا جواد سليم تأثر أكثر واحد بالفن الإسلامي العربي، هذه خلته يوعى إلى طريق خاص إنه يمزج ثقافته الأوروبية بترهبه.
25 من شهر تشرين الأول سنة 1963 افتتح السيد حردان التكريتي قائد القوة الجوية.
البعثات بالخارج منتصف الستينات رجعوا من دراستهم، هذول حاملين تجارب جديدة، وهي حركة الشعر شكلوا جو ثقافي حديث ثوار. ورا 65 بدأت تنهض إلى أن وصلنا 70. احنا عندنا حركة واضحة المعالم، اكو وعي انه انا اكتب قصيدة لازم بيها روح الثقافة العربية نفسها، بنفس الوقت انا منفتح على تجارب الاخرين واخذ منهم ما يتلائم وياي.
Literature and poetry also flourished.
استقبل الرئيس جمال عبد الناصر بمكتبه بالقصر الجمهوري الأستاذ توفيق الحكيم الكاتب العربي الذي أنعم عليه بقيادة الجمهورية.
الأدب والسينما في عهد جمال عبد الناصر ده العصر الذهبي للسينما المصرية، لأنه تحولت روايات عظمى. وخلي بالك إحنا شعب غير قارئ، وأديك أمثلة بروايات نجيب محفوظ. رواية ميرامار حين تم تصويرها للسينما قعدت 14 أسبوع في العرض، وهذا لم يحدث في تاريخ السينما المصرية في العصر الحديث.
يا اخويا سيبني، خلينا نلقط رزقي. اصل في جمعيه سريه كونت ضد الانجليز، احنا لازم نطلعهم من بلدنا بالنار والدم. دمك شربان.
ثلاثية نجيب محفوظ، كل اللي كتبه نجيب محفوظ ومثل في السينما، فكان الدولة تسمح بهذا في مجال الفنون لأنه كانت تناصر الفنون والأداب. ولم يكن نجيب محفوظ ينتقد الدولة من زاوية المعارضة، ولكنه كجزء من الدولة، حتى أنه كتب في صرصرة فوق النيل: يا أي شيء افعل شيئا فقد طحننا لا شيء.
نبذة واحدة من إياهم مش الشارع بالليل ولسه الآداب بيمسكها، هو اللي بتعملوا دي لسه اللي بيعملوا دول، ولا القانون ما بيتطبقش على الناس ولا لا.
الشيخ إمام وأحمد فؤاد دي ظاهرة المعارضة المصرية عبر كل العصور. معظم الشعر العظيم لأحمد فؤاد كان في المعتقل، فهو كان يعبر عن وجدان الطبقة الوسطى والدنيا.
خطي لا خطي والكلمة دي.
أكثر الفنون تفاعلا مع القضايا العربية هو الشعر، يعني القصائد القومية والوطنية هي تكاد تكون السمة الغالبة على شعر تلك المرحلة، لأن هي الأبرز.
البحر أجمل ما يكون لولا شعوري بالضياع.
يبرز الشعر المهم محمد الفايز الذي كتب يعني
الشعر الحر في المشرق العربي، لأنه في تونس في ذلك الوقت كان مجرد صدى باهت لحركة الشعر الحر. في ذلك الوقت كانوا في لبنان أدونيس والخال وغير كوكب من الشعراء اللبنانيين المهمين كذلك ومجال الشعر.
مصر كانت تكتب وبيروت كانت تطبع والعراق كانت تقرأ. بما أنه أنا عشت في العراق فواكبت هذه المرحلة، مرحلة القراءة. الشباب في هذاك الوقت كان أغلب فكرهم قومي أو ماركسي، كانوا مقبلين على الثقافة وبتنافسوا مين قبل الثاني يقرأ الكتاب.
وهذا إن دل على شيء فإنما يدل على الثورية التي آمن بها الاتحاد ودافع عنها، وقد كان مركز جذبا لكل القوى الطلابية التقدمية.
كانت المجلات في البداية تطلع من مصر. مصر آنذاك كان رؤساء حرير هم بها حسين وهم يعني المشرفين على هالمستوى العالي، وتشوفين الناس العراقيين ما ممكن يفوتون أي عدد من الرسالة أديب أو أي عدد من المجلات. هذه كانت المجلات الرصينة. صدفة صارت جدتنا مدرسة لغة عربية من المدرسات الراقيات جدا، كانت لا تتكلم معنا إلا باللغة العربية الفصحى، وهي عرفتنا على ناجك الملائكة وعرفتنا على ذاك الضاني. وكانت جرأة منها أصلا أن تعطينا بالدرس قصيدة نزار رسالة من امرأة حاقدة. ناجك الملائكة خلتنا نقرأ قصيدتها عن الكوليرا وعن النهر. كان في ذاك العام صار فيضان العراق الكبير.
The Arab-Israeli conflict also had a major impact on the cultural life of the Arab world.
فترة الستينات هي 12 سنة بعد تأسيس الكيان الإسرائيلي، ولذلك موضوع الصراع العربي الإسرائيلي كموضوع مركزية كانت تحظى بجزء كبير من الإنتاج. هذا كان نقطة انطلاق لكثير من الفنانين.
نرجع فلسطين يا بنيان شبهها متى نرجع فلسطين. سيف فليشهر في الدنيا وتصنع أفلاك تصنع. خلي الماء تجري وطيروا الأرض العطشانة يلا.
يوسف شاهين عمل 4 أو 5 أفلام عن هزيمة حزيران، صور عودة ابن الضال، توقع الهزائم العربية المقبلة والدمار العربي المقبل وصراع الأجيال، صور ارتباطه بوضعنا العربي العام بالأرض.
67 عملت نقلة بالأدب، يعني مثلا طلعوا أدباء المقاومة، بدينا نسمع محمود درويش، سميح القاسم، توفيق زياد، منتصب مقاومتي أمشي، سجل أنا عربي.
ورقم بطاقتي 50,000 وأطفالي 8 وتاسعهم سيأتي بعد صيف، فهل تغضب؟ سجل أنا عربي.
مثلا سلافة جاد الله شابة صارت مصورة. بهاي المرحلة إجاهم كاميرا سينما ريفلكس وإجاهم مسجل صوت نايجرا، فكان شيء عظيم. وأنتجوا أول فيلم يعتبر أول فيلم ثوري بيحكي عن قضية فلسطين، وبيحكي عن فلسطين إنه في شعب يناضل بفلسطين، مش بلد بلا شعب أخذوها الإسرائيليين. فهذا الفيلم كان أول فيلم كانوا مسمينه لا للحل السلمي.
أهم أغنية لفلسطين عبد الوهاب قصيدة فلسطين، وأهم أغنية للعمل الفدائي عبد الوهاب وأم كلثوم أصبح عندي لأنا بندقية. ما صار مثل بكل اغاني العمل الفدائي اللي كان عملوه العرب للعمل الفدائي او عملوه منظمات فلسطينيه للعمل الفدائي، كانت اهم مرحله.
In the final episode of the series, People and Society, how education, technology, and the rise of the individual shape the decade. Unique perspectives.
What could my community be gaining if we weren't spending money on all of those bombs, killing innocents in Gaza, in Lebanon?
Unheard voices.
The world has turned its back on Sudan. Our lives do matter. Sudanese people matter just as much as any other group.
Connect with our community and be part of the conversation.
We feel very unsafe because of the second Trump presidency. They don't see the need in trying to appease the people on social media.
The Stream on Al Jazeera.
Extreme heat has gone from Argentina, the wind direction has changed, there's a bit of a curl in the clouds. It's could be rain fairly heavily in the south, actually there's some snow for Patagonia, and big showers seem likely to produce themselves just north of Bahia Blanca. They will work up, I imagine, towards the River Plate in the next day or so, where it starts to warm both zones. The heaviest rain and the damaging thunderstorms around Sao Paulo, but they've gone away. And there's some useful rain to come out of thunderstorms everywhere in Brazil now. In fact, quite a long way north up towards Venezuela and Colombia. But the concentration in orange tops, where the risk of flooding is at its greatest, or possibly landslides. And just the north of that, and although the Caribbean is a lot drier than it was, or just passing light showers, there's a concentration in most likely Nicaragua, possibly Costa Rica of rain. So I don't anticipate flooding here, but a wet couple of days at least, and heavy rain running through Belize as well. North of that, and winter is showing itself in the northwest of the US and the northeast of the US after this storm runs up. There are no more tornadoes in the forecast, you'll notice, so it's now looking a fairly standard picture. Not as warm as it was in the southern states, but the sun is out and snow fairly obviously, mostly, not entirely, on the high ground.
Examining the impact of today's headlines, setting an agenda for tomorrow's discussions. International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire on Al Jazeera.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
A wave of criminal violence has gripped Ecuador, with drug cartels brazenly challenging authorities. Prison riots, political assassinations. Ecuador has plunged from one of the safest countries in Latin America to one of the most dangerous. With the government declaring war on the gangs and corruption, People in Power investigates the causes behind this surge in violence and its devastating impact on the nation. Ecuador under fire on Al Jazeera.
Watching the news hour live from our headquarters in Doha. I'm Debbie Navigator. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Thunderstorms and freezing weather in Gaza's makeshift camps. 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies, have now frozen to death. Rebuilding Syria's shattered economy. The new administration in Damascus is set for a national conference. Plus,
I'm Sama Bijabi at the Syrian port of Latakia, and I'll tell you how things here are slowly becoming normal.
and Happy New Year. More than 1 million Australians ring in 2025 the Sydney Harbour.
And I'm Peter Stewart with all your sports news. Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim admits being drawn into a relegation battle is a possibility, following the Red Devils' 2-0 defeat against Newcastle.
Welcome to the News Hour. Palestinians in Gaza are freezing to death. At least 6 babies and 1 adult have died of hypothermia in the past week, and that includes a 20-day-old newborn. Plummeting temperatures and heavy rains are worsening the crisis. Gaza's civil defense says it's received hundreds of distress calls from helpless Palestinians whose tents have flooded.
We were displaced from Beit Lahia, north of the Gaza Strip. We were given a tent, but it's not up to the task. It can't protect us from the freezing winter cold or the rain. Every now and then, the tent floods with water. No one is helping us, or is even bothering to think of our plight.
Look at our lives, how we're living. My son was injured, his belly was ripped open. We don't have mattresses or blankets, and now the floor is flooded with water. Tell me where to go, what to do. Have mercy on us.
Well, UN agencies estimate more than 1.6 million people are living in makeshift shelters that cannot withstand the winter cold. And the floods and lack of sanitation are increasing the risks of preventable diseases. Al Jazeera's Ibrahim Khalili reports from a tent camp in Gaza City, where floods have made life unbearable.
I'm now standing in Gaza Municipality Park in northern central Gaza Strip. It has been a vibrant park where civilians were coming to play, but unfortunately it has turned into a makeshift shelter for civilians who have been forcibly displaced from Beit Lahia, from the refugee camp in Beit Hanun. As you can see, tents and winter has arrived, and the weather is adding more suffering to these civilians.
Can you believe humans are living in a place like this, where displaced civilians forced out of our homes? Look at what we have ended up with: shelling, bombardment, starvation, and now severe temperatures and floods. What can we do? Where should we go? Would you live in a place like this? Is this life? Water has been dripping on our children day and night. I'm an old woman, about 60 years of age. Look at us. This is not life. It's not even fit for animals to live in.
As you can see here, the water is flooding here, and civilians are filling up tents inside this park. As you can see, the situation is getting much more dire with the bomb pipelines and the sewage and water are flooding in the street, and the situation is going from bad to worse, especially in this winter season, which people used to enjoy in the past, but unfortunately now it has been a catastrophic season for these displaced civilians who are facing unimaginable health conditions. After they got their houses destroyed, they ended up in overcrowded shelters, and they are suffering so much with the destroyed infrastructure and living in tents. Their conditions are beyond unimaginable. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Northern Gaza, Palestine.
Okay, let's speak to our correspondent Tariq Abu joining us from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. We can see in Ibrahim's report the desperate conditions in the north of the Gaza Strip. What's it like where you are, Tariq?
Well, Doreen, the winter in Gaza, in fact, laid bare the delicacy of life amid unyielding hardships that displaced families are quite facing amid this very untenable, even weather conditions. We know and understand clearly that rain lashes at makeshift shelters, pooling in the narrow streets of Gaza and turning them into rivers of despair for families and even for children whose laughter once filled these streets. winter is no longer a season of joy, but it's a season of test for survival, in fact, as they are unfolded by respiratory illnesses, and they have been left vulnerable to different diseases, including diarrhea, without having any proper winter clothing or even heating systems in their makeshift tents following the destruction of their residential homes and areas that they used to live inside. And this is a cumulative result of this ongoing genocide and the strip. We have been touring earlier today between makeshift tents, and the scenes that we have come across were completely heartbreaking for families fleeing for help, and at the same time they have run out of options to cope with the situation on the ground there. But we understand that even the coming hours might be full with rains. It means that the situation for them will definitely exacerbate more without even receiving enough aid from humanitarian aid organizations whose efforts have completely fallen short in terms of the ongoing restrictive measures on aid supplies deliveries to the strip by the Israeli occupation forces.
So what are people telling you about how they're coping?
Well, we show how we have been within the early hours of this morning, and we saw how they are trying to keep water out of the makeshift tents by using plastic sheets and even sandbags, but that did not work. That afforded them some sort of living protection against cold weather and even the flow of water. But as the situation exacerbates, they are trying to remain awake during all the hours of night in order to keep emptying their makeshift tents from water. And at the same time, they are expressing their deep needs for winter clothing that are no longer affordable. We saw earlier today children wearing summer clothing. This is absolutely catastrophic, and families right now are even, if we would like to hear from the recommendations of Gaza Civil Defense have no further place that could be afforded for them as a shelter. So they are living in a very mixed combination of agony, misery, and even unrelenting weather conditions unfolding them. They are using their shovels, they are using even their blankets in order to keep water and to push it out of their makeshift tents. And even they are praying for the moment that rain can come to an end, because they understand what's the cost of living in a makeshift tent. And this is a part of the winter season that had set in Gaza, and how they are trying to even to cope with the situation by this very primitive means.
Tariq Abu reporting from Deir al-Balah in Gaza. Tariq, thank you so much. The UN and aid agencies are concerned that Israel's so-called next push will be in Gaza City. And that's where the Israeli military has bombed and damaged the sewage pumping station. The attack is the latest assault on Gaza's critical facilities. 2 hospitals were also hit in Gaza City earlier this week. And earlier we spoke to Mansour Shaman, who's a Palestinian journalist and humanitarian worker who lived in Gaza until March of this year. He says Israel is systematically trying to annex the Gaza Strip.
It's the same rhetoric that they've been repeating for the last year and 3 months. I was talking to an UNRWA official yesterday who told me that there is only now 2 hospitals in the north that is providing any kind of support to hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that are still residing there. I think that the Israelis are systematically trying to annex Gaza Strip bit by bit, starting with the north and slowly into the south and then into the middle region. We are hoping that this is temporary, because President Trump said that he would not allow such thing to happen while he is in office. We think that as Palestinians, this is the last strike from Netanyahu and his government, trying to take in as much land as possible, trying to kill the spirit of the Palestinians as much as possible before Trump comes into the office, and hopefully a permanent, fair ceasefire comes into place. Right now, the Netanyahu government is still trying to break the Palestinian spirit. However, every day, as you witness through social media, Palestinians are remaining strong, together with the rest of the free world. Like many other countries around the world, achieved their freedom, the latest being Syria, and before that, Northern Africa, South Africa, and many other countries. Palestine will be free, and hopefully we will witness this within our lifetime.
We'll now speak to Alan Pincus, who's the former Israeli ambassador and consul general in New York, joining us from Tel Aviv. Mr. Pincus, welcome back to Al Jazeera. What does Israeli military activity, particularly in Gaza City, like the bombing of 2 hospitals earlier this week, like bombing and damaging a sewage pumping station, tell you about what's going on in Gaza City and Israel's plans for it?
Well, I wish I could answer that, Irene, because one of the criticisms, at least my criticism of the government, is that for the last 14 months, there is no plan. There is no plan to occupy the Gaza Strip. There is no plan to annex the Gaza Strip. But then again, there's no plan to redeploy outside the Gaza Strip. There's no plan for a post-war political entity that would take over from Hamas in terms of governability and governance. And so this just bubbles on and rolls on almost aimlessly. And I know that there is evidence, and the gentleman who spoke before me attested to it, that Israel is building fortifications and creating a buffer zone and making all the signs, noises, and boots on the ground as if this is going to be a prolonged or a protracted, rather, stay. On the other hand, once Israel controls Gaza, Israel owns Gaza. That means taking care of the hospitals, of the reconstruction, of the crime, of the school system, of the garbage collection, of the sewage system, of everything. I don't think Israel wants to do that. So the tragedy that everyone is facing, particularly, of course, the residents of Gaza, is that they don't know what's going to happen because Israel has no idea what's going to happen. And I'm sorry to say, nor does the incoming Trump administration. They just want this off their table, out of their sight. They don't want to deal with it. And this is dangerously what Mr. Netanyahu wants as well.
So what is it trying to achieve at this point in time? I mean, it's been 15 months of war. And just earlier this week, you'll know that the north of Gaza has been under siege for nearly 3 months, but there were fights between the Israeli military in the north of Gaza as well as Hamas. So in terms of the strategic objectives that they set out in the beginning of the war, one of which was to eliminate Hamas, have they been able to do so?
Of course not. And there were many critics, both within the defense establishment in Israel and outside the defense establishment, that said so specifically and vocally that if you want to eradicate and eliminate Hamas as a political force, you would have to occupy the entire Gaza Strip for a long period of time. That is going to be very costly.
Share and subscribe.
Very expensive. That is going to
subscribe and share.
Require immense resources, and that means that Israel will stay there. That is not the plan.
But we've heard these comments, my apologies, but we have heard comments from members of the Israeli government, like Ben-Gvir, who said back on August 11, 2024, Israel should occupy Gaza permanently. So what you're saying is this does not reflect the official Israeli policy?
No, it does not reflect the policy. Once a minister in the government, and we can dismiss him as a right-wing lunatic all we want, but he is a member of the government. Once he says that, he expresses an opinion that needs to be heard. But the fact is, there's no policy. There are no steps. There are no concrete measures being taken to make that happen. If Israel was going to occupy the Gaza Strip, it would have made signs or made it clear that it intends to. It did the exact opposite, which is exactly my point, Irene. There is no plan. Now, I'm not saying this to diminish the seriousness or the accusation that Israel is there to stay, but to stay. Quite the contrary. All I'm saying is this adds to a policy-led confusion. We spoke about this in an earlier program. There are no political objectives aligned with the military needs. Now, you asked a very good question. 15 months ago, Israel said ostensibly that it needs to eliminate, and annihilate Hamas. Okay, 15 months, fast forward 15 months, has that happened? No, it hasn't. And the war has also lost whatever military sovereign, but not really. Hamas is there, but not really. The Arab world is looking and saying, without a clear, coherent, and implementable political plan, we will not spend a one single dollar. And the Saudis say that, the Qataris say that, the Emiratis say that, everyone is saying that.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Alan Pincus, the former Israeli ambassador and consul general in New York, speaking to us from Tel Aviv. Thank you. Israeli forces have demolished the building that was under construction near the Shafat camp that's in occupied East Jerusalem. The Israeli military stormed the area and blocked all roads leading to the demolition site while bulldozers plowed through the streets. The UN has called on Israel to stop its demolition of Palestinian homes and for the immediate evacuation of illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. Syria's new administration is gearing up for talks at a major conference in the coming days. Rebuilding the economy, security forces, and institutions are expected to dominate the conversation. There will be votes on dissolving parliament and rewriting the constitution as well. Hashem is now from Damascus. So, Hashem, Syria is preparing for this national dialogue conference. Tell us about the challenges ahead and how the preparations are going so far.
Therein is a monumental challenge for the new administration, which is trying to build a new state from scratch. They want to break away from all the legacy of Bashar and his father, Hafez al-Assad. And for this, they say that they want to call for the National Conference and elect a constituent committee which is going to be tasked with drafting a new constitution. They will offer two options: the constitution of 2012, which was an old constitution, which many hoped could be conducive to a national unity government. This was the time when the Americans were asking Assad to allow the opposition to join a national unity government. The opposition now is saying that's a turned chapter, we want a new constitution. They will offer the constitution of 1950, the first constitution after the independence of Syria, but they said, in the meantime, let's go for a constitutional declaration. Then a transition that can last up to 4 years, which then will pave the way for new elections, a new parliament, and a new government. But in the meantime, there is absolutely no doubt that it's going to be Ahmed al-Shara, the de facto leader of Syria, who will have the ultimate say. There's only one obstacle now, which is when you start the national conference, you have to invite dignitaries and political factions from here and from abroad, particularly from the Itilaf and from the National Assembly. However, Ahmed al-Shara has been insisting, I'm not inviting anyone who represents a political faction. People will have to be here individually, which is quite obvious as a message that he wants to tell the world there is a new reality and that he is now the unchallenged leader of Syria. Will he be able to reach out to everybody? Build consensus? I think the sentiment among many people has been shifting over the last 2 or 3 days, especially when there's so many international delegations visiting Syria, willing to recognize Ahmed al-Shara and his authority. The consensus which is building up now, there is a new reality which everyone has to accept is going to be Ahmed al-Shara who will have to shape the future of Syria for the time being.
Okay, Hashem Al-Bara, reporter from Damascus, Syria, thank you. Well, Syrians working at the port of Latakia are trying to build a new future after the fall of the Assad government. But after years of neglect, sanctions, and Israeli airstrikes, it will take years to bring the port back to its former glory. Osama bin Javed spoke to Latakia.
It's a relatively beautiful Latakia container terminal. A steady stream of trucks bring items for export and return with other loads. The port lost traffic during the war in Syria as the Bashar al-Assad government was put under sanctions. The port handled nearly 8 million tons of cargo before 2011, which dropped to a trickle, mainly imports from Iran and Russia. Looking at the regime responsible for a lack of maintenance and declining profits, the region is home to a large population of the Alawi minority community to which Assad belonged. Contrary to opinion in other parts of Syria, most of the Alawis did not support the Assad regime. Many from the community are desperate to show their dismay with the former and joy about the new administration.
Before the liberation, we faced many problems. Loading and unloading and everything at the port was extremely complicated. Loading a container like this could take up to 24 hours due to excessive bureaucracy. We were constantly seeking approvals. The queues were very long. Unloading my cargo would take 2 to 3 hours. I also had to spend between 30 and 40 hours on flight. It was mandatory. There was no negotiation. And this was just the reality.
Truckers are happy to see entry and exit procedures becoming seamless, but the new administration has its challenges cut out to restore the port established in the early Roman era. It needs to streamline processes to comply with international law and improve infrastructure to support great volumes. Most civil servants were underpaid, and many here say they were heavily involved in bribery and corruption. And I know the task ahead won't be easy for the new administration led by Ahmed Shah.
The infrastructure is quite fragile, and ship unloading processes are slow. We also need to upgrade tools and equipment and change the record-keeping and administrative system, because the old ways under the regime were inefficient.
Allah's vessel sails with a Panamanian flag, but here at port, him and other Syrians are happy to share their newfound freedom.
There has been a significant change. Previously, I navigated ships in Turkey and Lebanon. Now I can take them to Syria, my own country. It's a great feeling.
This is one of the two most important ports in this country, and it feels like it has been neglected for decades. According to workers and sailors here, it will take years for things to become functional properly, but they're hopeful that things are changing for the better. Sama Mujawid, Al Jazeera, Lataka.
Well, we can now speak to Armanak Tokmajan, who's a non-resident scholar at the Malcolm H. Carnegie Middle East Center, joining us from Budapest. Thanks again for your time. So, look, I mean, obviously Syria needs international diplomacy to rebuild, first of all, its economy. And with the flurry of diplomatic activity that we've seen in Syria, particularly in the past few weeks, is that a sign to you that the tide is turning?
I didn't hear the question, but I think you were asking about diplomacy. So let me tell you what is at hand. What is the most important part of diplomatic activities in the coming weeks? That is the question of transition. We've seen that a lot of countries, there's a lot of diplomatic activity in Damascus. But it looks like Turkey and Qatar are the main ones which are, very supportive of the new administration. A lot of other countries are more cautious. They are engaging. They want to see, more of what HDS and Ahmed Shara would do before legitimizing the government. And the central issue, the key issue, is the transition and how that will be handled. Essentially, there are at least two ways to think about it. One is a transition based on UN Security Council Resolution 2254, which, interestingly, Ahmed Shah, in a recent interview with Al Arabiya, in a way dismissed it. He found that the core, meaning of this Security Council Resolution has already been lost. Although the resolution talks about the transition period and it talks about also a role for the UN, instead, Ahmed Shah looks like he prefers to do this thing locally and that he calls national dialogue, where the constitution will be discussed, the future of the parliament, the country, the strategy, etc., etc. One of the big problems is that we don't really know how inclusive will this process be. And I think a lot of countries sitting in their capitals around Syria or abroad are looking to see, how will this process.
When you say you don't know how inclusive it's going to be, what is your biggest concern when it comes to that?
I think one of the biggest concerns is inclusiveness. Has multiple layers. It's still a big question whether other opposition parties or other opposition coalitions, which are several, apart from HDS and its coalition, will they be participating in this national dialogue as as bodies, as parties, as movements? This is still up for a debate. It looks like HTS and Ahmed al-Shara prefer dissolving all these organizations and creating national dialogue, but whereby they invite personalities and not other parties. In this way, you see the problem is that, or a lot of the concerns is that they will have an edge. They will have, they will be way better prepared, way better organized. A lot of people suspect that Ahmed al-Shara himself and HTS will be the drivers of this process.
Right.
And they will do others to legitimize the process.
So when he says, though, I mean, you were referring to the interview that he gave, and he did speak about possible elections in Syria, saying that it could take up to 4 years. First of all, why do you think that 4-year timeline? And second of all, is there enough clarity up until this point on what that electoral process will look like?
To be honest, it's not entirely clear why he mentioned the 4 years. Judging from the interview, I'm not entirely sure whether this is a well-thought timeline that he was presenting, or it was just a number that he mentioned during the interview. It's a bit surprising, given that drafting the constitution and organizing the civil registry, those are the two main things that he mentioned in the interview, are cumbersome. They are not easy things to do. However, we shouldn't forget that the past 10 to 12 years, there was a constitutional committee, a lot of opposition groups, whether political or legal, they've been working on a possible new Syrian constitution. So we're not going to start from zero, which makes this 4 years timeline a bit questionable.
Okay.
The second problem is that who is going to lead Syria in this 4 years? And apparently the answer is Ahmed al-Shara. And even if HTS dissolves itself, we have to remember that it's a network of people who know each other. And I think they will be in charge of Syria until then. Okay. And that will give them a lot of opportunity to consolidate power. This is the main concern.
Just a final thought from you, if I may, and if we can just look at the sort of wider picture here, because of course you have the issue of Syrian sovereignty, don't you? I mean, the northeast of the country, not under government control at this point, and you have, of course, the Israelis occupying more and more areas around the occupied Golan Heights. I'm asking you about the issue of Syrian sovereignty.
It's a major issue. I think it's going to be one of the biggest challenges of Ahmed al-Shara in the coming days. When it comes to the south, ranging from Quneitra all the way to Sweda, any reimposition of state institutions, especially military and security, will definitely have to take into consideration Israeli security concerns. Whereas in the northeast, at the moment, it looks like the HTS and Ahmed al-Shara are on standby, and they are looking at how things will develop between Turkey and the Kurdish forces. But at some point, they will have to be involved, given that the wealth of the country, oil and soil and fertile soil and water, are in the northeast. Those will be one of the major challenges in the months and years ahead.
Okay, Armin Tokmajian, non-resident scholar at the Malcolm X Carnegie Middle East Center, joining us from Budapest. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's time for a check on the weather. Here's Rob with a dramatic change for the new year in Europe.
It's going to be a stormy end to the year for Northern Europe, and then a stormy start to the new year, with a complete change to the field weather. First of all, it's going to be windy. This is a low centre. In contrast to quiet, lazy highs that have been given quite sunny weather, foggy weather for some through most of Europe. So here's the picture then on Wednesday. This line of heavy rain, accompanied by strong winds, will work its way down in towards the north of the European plate. Following it, cold northerly winds, a drop of something like 10 degrees. Clearly there'll be some snow for the mountains, snow for southern Norway and Sweden, and the change of the tenor means that all the fog will go from Germany and Poland, temperatures will snow, a massive snow will fall throughout the Alps and the Tyrolean area of Austria. Cold air will reach the south coast of France. Monaco, for example, drops from an average 14 down to about 10 in a bit of rain by Saturday. So all change in Europe. Not so for North Africa. There's an emphasis on increasing winds here. And this wind direction has meant it's been really very warm in a good part of West Africa. We've seen record high temperatures in Nigeria, for example, 37 to max in Port Harcourt. But mainly it's going to be this increase in the breeze being dusty weather to most countries in the Sahel and some more showery stuff for Algeria.
Still ahead on the Al Jazeera News Hour.
I'm Julia Galliano on the U.S.-Mexico border. Coming up, I'll tell you the challenges Mexico faces as President-elect Donald Trump takes office.
And we find out why there's so much to celebrate for fans of the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's on the way with Peter in sports.
Abandoned as a child by his aunt, Christelle Arroyo meets early life in the Republic of Congo. After 40 years living in Switzerland, Christelle follows a fascinating paper trail that leads from his adopted home to the country of his birth. And the most unexpected reunion. Witness Arroyo on Al Jazeera. The latest news.
People here accuse Israel of deliberately destroying every possible lifeline they have left.
With detailed coverage.
Israeli warplanes have targeted this pool, which is sheltering thousands of Palestinians who have been forcibly displaced.
From the heart of the story.
Israeli systematic and deliberate destruction of Gaza's water infrastructure has left more than 2 million people in a state of constant struggle.
The top stories on the Al Jazeera News Hour. At least 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies, have died of hypothermia in the past week. That includes a 20-day-old newborn. Forcibly displaced Palestinians in Gaza barely have blankets and are living in worn-out tents, as Israel continues to restrict heavy rains are making the situation worse. Tent camps are flooding across the streets and diseases are spreading. UN agencies estimate more than 1.6 million Palestinians are living in makeshift shelters that cannot withstand the cold. Syria's new administration is holding talks to discuss the agenda at a crucial national dialogue conference. Rebuilding the economy, security forces, and institutions are expected to dominate the agenda. Okay, we'll stay with Syria. The industrial capital of Aleppo is facing challenges of its own. It's one of the cities that suffered most during the civil war. Now, a month after Assad's ousting, businesses are struggling to find solutions to problems inherited from the regime. Mohammed Val has a story from Aleppo.
The old district in Aleppo is in ruins due to Assad regime's indiscriminate attacks. The city used to be the throbbing economic heart of Syria, but years of airstrikes coupled with US sanctions and corruption have left it all but completely lifeless.
Immediately after the fall of the former regime, we removed the obstacles and regulations that used to hinder the success of business. We ended the extortion system of unjust taxation and fines on free traders, but we're still under the impact of sanctions and of problems inherited from the mafia that's been ruling.
At the Chamber of Commerce, business owners brainstorm about plans to alleviate the crisis. Some of them suggested collecting individual contributions to buy fuel, medicine, and other urgent necessities.
The city of Aleppo boasts up to 20,000 factories, supplying not only Syria but also other countries with some of the finest products. But many of these factories are not fully operational due to severe power shortages.
Ahmed's textile factory, one of the most modern in Syria, is only partially running because of a week-long power outage. He's using a generator to operate a few units.
Our suffering before the liberation was difficult. The war forced the closure of the factory at times. Power crises were frequent, raw materials inaccessible, taxes were exorbitant. All of this is over,
But now, it's the issue of energy that's disrupting our business.
The impact of the war is visible everywhere. Thousands of businesses are closed. So many skilled people left the country, still haven't returned. And yet life goes on here, says this man who earns his income making items from local materials. He adds that there's one thing the war has failed to destroy: the ingenuity and resilience of the people of Aleppo. And there is hope we will soon be able to turn the situation around. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera, Aleppo.
There has been a new round of airstrikes on the Yemeni capital city, with no group yet claiming responsibility. This video is shot by local activists showing successive strikes in the capital. The Israeli army says it did not conduct the bombing, while the Yemeni political media says there have been at least 10 raids. It comes amid high tension between the two countries as Israel's ambassador to the UN warns Houthi fighters to stop missile attacks in Israel or, according to him, risk the same fate as Hamas. The head of the World Health Organization says he narrowly escaped death at Yemen's main airport when Israeli airstrikes targeted the facility last week. He's used his New Year's address to call on world leaders to pursue peace.
With a new year upon us, our leaders must bring desperately needed peace to the world and health to all. Peace are linked from Gaza to Sudan, Yemen to Ukraine, and Haiti and beyond. Peace is and will always be the best medicine for the health and well-being of all people everywhere.
The lawyers of South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol say they will fight an arrest warrant issued by a court on Tuesday. Investigators requested the warrant after Yoon failed to appear for questioning several times. Yoon was suspended from office after he attempted to impose martial law earlier this month. He's facing potential charges of insurrection. Brian reports from Seoul.
For prosecutors investigating impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol, this move was unprecedented but necessary. On 3 separate occasions, they have summoned Yoon for questioning on charges of insurrection arising from his short-lived imposition of martial law, and he has ignored them all. The opposition successfully impeached him in the National Assembly and now want to see him criminally punished.
Yoon Suk-yeol, the leader of the insurrection, must be arrested immediately. Yoon issued an order to the martial law forces to open fire. He also instructed them to break down the doors of the National Assembly with axes and arrest lawmakers.
But Yoon and the ruling party accuse the opposition of making the country ungovernable. They say the martial law declaration was within the president's powers, rejecting the arrest warrant.
This illegal and unwarranted request for a warrant being approved raises serious concerns about whether it aligns with the principles of the rule of law. Our position is that such an unlawful warrant is invalid and without legal effect.
It's unclear how Yoon would be arrested, with his official residence still protected by presidential security, and now the focus for more of his conservative supporters turning out in protest.
With a vibrant tradition of street protests, this period of political turmoil has stirred up both sides. There are mass demonstrations by those who want to see Yoon punished, but also by his supporters, who seem equally determined to prevent his arrest. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Well, staying in South Korea, the acting president Choi Sang-mok has ordered emergency safety checks on the national airline operation system. That's after Sunday's crash that killed 179 people. Investigators are now focusing on possible mechanical issues, communication failures, and the airport barrier design. A bird strike has not been ruled out. Sunday's crash is South Korea's worst aviation disaster in decades. And memorials are taking place across the country. So far, 146 victims have been identified. Most of those killed were South Koreans returning from a holiday in Thailand. Only 2 people survived the crash. At least 5 children have been killed in Manila after a fire broke out in a residential building. Children were reportedly visiting their grandfather before New Year in the Philippine capital. The incident happened overnight. Cousins were found dead on the terrace of the burned house. Local authorities are investigating the cause. Russia has launched a wave of missile and drone attacks across Ukraine, striking Kyiv and other regions. In the capital, at least 2 explosions were reported, but local authorities confirm no casualties or damage. Meanwhile, in the northeastern Sumy region, strikes hit 12 residential buildings, 2 schools, and other infrastructure, according to officials. The attacks come as U.S. President-elect Donald Trump raises uncertainty about the future of American support for Kyiv. Russia and Ukraine say they have each freed military prisoners in a coordinated swap brokered by the United Arab Emirates. The Russian Defense Ministry says 150 of its soldiers were released on Belarusian soil and are now being transported back to Russian territory. Ukraine says some of its 189 personnel released include army fighters from Azov and Mariupol. The U.S. Treasury Department has accused Chinese state-sponsored hackers of stealing documents from its workstations. Treasury officials have declared the breach to be a major incident and have informed Congress. But they say the hack has been contained. Meanwhile, Beijing has rejected the allegations, calling them groundless, and accused Washington of spreading misinformation for political purposes.
对于此类缺乏证, we have stated our position many times regarding such unfounded accusations that lack evidence. China has always opposed forms of hacker attacks, and we are even more opposed to the spread of false information against China for political purposes.
2024 was a year filled with economic challenges for China, and with Donald Trump making a return to the White House, Beijing is bracing for unpredictable times ahead. But it also enters the new year having strengthened alliances. As part of our year-end review series, Patrick Folk has this report from Hong Kong.
China's Shenzhou 19 spacecraft blasting off in October. 2024 has been a record year for Chinese space exploration. This was one of 100 launches this year. Shenzhou 19 also carried China's first female space engineer. This month it achieved another milestone. With a 9-hour spacewalk, successfully installing a debris protection device at its Tiangong station. China's Chang'e 6 lunar probe also pulled off the first mission to bring back dust from the far side of the moon.
But the country's giant leaps forward in space have contrasted with its sputtering economy. The real estate sector is mired in a downturn, consumer spending remains weak, and a sluggish job market has only added to the doom and gloom. Analysts say 2024 could mark China's slowest growth in decades outside of COVID. Policymakers resuscitate markets, but there's been no sustained recovery so far.
Whilst it was previously possible for the Chinese government to induce sustained stock market rallies through mere promises, pledges, rhetoric, and language, the market as of today has become more skeptical, you might say jaded, in reaction to these policy statements, right?
This month, China's top leadership signaled bolder economic support in the coming year. Beijing is readying itself for a fight when Donald Trump returns to office.
We will consolidate and strengthen the momentum of economic recovery and work to achieve steady and long-term economic development.
Already, it seems, a new trade war has begun. Early this month, China launched an investigation into NVIDIA on suspicion it's violating monopoly laws. A week earlier, the administration announced new sanctions on AI chip exports to China.
I don't think the trade war instigated and initiated by Trump had ever ended. You know, President Joe Biden merely continued many of his measures of his predecessor.
China could draw on support from other countries. In October, Russia hosted the first summit of the newly expanded BRICS group of emerging economies. As uncertainty looms over what the Trump administration could mean for the rest of the world, it's a club that's banding closer together and backing Beijing to help protect its members' interests. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Hong Kong.
Historic year for Mexico as the nation is female president. But Claudia Sheinbaum debt, record-breaking levels of violence, and threats of mass deportation from the U.S. Joya Galliano has this report from the Mexico-U.S. border.
Claudia Sheinbaum making history. In June, she was elected the first woman president of Mexico. Her landslide victory gave her party, Morena, an unprecedented mandate, with supermajorities in both chambers of government.
Pushed through with pretty, low effort, massive amounts of constitutional reform. So what we're putting through now is one of the biggest bouts of constitutional reform in Mexican history.
Sheinbaum wasted no time putting those reforms in motion. Chief among them, a legacy of her popular predecessor, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, an overhaul of the judicial system, which her detractors have said dismantles Mexico's democratic structures. But only 2 months into her presidency, it was another election that sent shockwaves through Mexico's political establishment.
Terrible things are happening in Mexico.
Donald Trump picked up where he left off 4 years ago, on the offensive, threatening to deport millions of undocumented migrants of his administration. The U.S.-Mexico relationship over the next 4 years is likely to be defined by what happens here, along the 3,000 kilometers of shared border. Trump wants the flow of migrants and drugs to stop, and Sheinbaum says the U.S. must keep weapons from heading south. In the middle is a looming trade war threatening to destabilize both countries' economies. Publicly, at least, Sheinbaum has supported Trump, dismissing his threats of a 25% tariff on Mexican products as political theater.
So we've got an empowered Trump, an empowered Mexican government under Morena and Claudia Sheinbaum. So we're going to see a clash of titans here. One titan's bigger than the other, but the other titan, I think, you'll be surprised by how nimble it can be.
But neither Sheinbaum's political mandate nor Trump's threats serve the issue most affecting the lives of Mexicans, the unabated violence. Despite promises to rein them in, murder rates have soared in 2024 in several states in the midst of all-out battles for control between rival groups. Despite her support among the voters, many communities are trapped in Mexico's endless cycle of violence. And Sheinbaum's coming year, and perhaps her entire presidency, will be judged on how she handles it. Julia Galliano, Al Jazeera, on the U.S.-Mexico border.
Still ahead on the Al Jazeera News Hour, things for Manchester United. Bad to worse. We have action from their favorite Premier League match coming up in a moment.
Thank you very much. Ruben Amorim says it's embarrassing to be the Manchester United manager at the moment and had to answer questions about relegation. The Red Devils were beaten again on Monday. This time they slipped to a 2-0 home defeat against Newcastle in the Premier League. It means United are 14th in the table and sit 7 points above the relegation zone. Since beating Man City, they've lost 3 league games and were knocked out of the League Cup.
I think the team now is not improved. I think it's a little bit lost in this moment. It's a little bit embarrassing as a United coach and to lose a lot of games. But we have to cope with that.
moment in the life of everybody. So it's a hard moment. We've been speaking to Neil Squires, who's the former chief sports writer at the Daily Express, who says that Manchester United fans have very little to look forward to this season.
The reality is 14th place is nearer the relegation zone than it is European qualification. I mean, that's the situation ourselves in after the defeat to Newcastle and Ipswich's win over Chelsea. That 7-point gap doesn't look a lot. I mean, it's unthinkable that a squad of Manchester United's cost and supposed quality should be in a relegation battle, and they're not yet. But it's only natural that Manchester United supporters will be looking down instead of up at the moment. I think we need to remember he's only been in the job less than 2 months. And before that was a very successful manager at Sporting Lisbon. But United have got worse since his arrival. He's lost 6 of his 11 matches. And the system that he's brought in, the formation he's tried, isn't working in defence. The players he picked in front of that defence, Casemiro and Eriksen against Newcastle, look their age, and they look a disjointed side. He's got to sort them out. It's not going to get any easier the next couple of games. They've got Liverpool coming up and then Arsenal in the FA Cup, both away games, so the scrutiny is only going to grow. The Carabao Cup's already gone. I think with the draw they've got in the FA Cup 3rd round, Arsenal away, that will be going to Champions League's out of the window, I would think. But I think the Europa League is probably their one hope of actually making something positive out of the season. That and staying safe and away from that relegation zone.
Chelsea have lost back-to-back games for the first time this season after a surprise 2-0 defeat to Ipswich. Goals from Liam Delap and Omari Hutchinson giving Ipswich a huge survival boost. They're now 1 point away from safety. Chelsea are 4th in the table, 3 points above Newcastle, who off that.
It's almost impossible to have a moment like now for us. But at the same time, I think no one of us in this room expected us to be where we are now. That this means and show that we are in the right direction, as I said many times, but also show that we are far from, compete and consistency and to be there with the best the team in England.
The Cleveland Cavaliers have won their 7th game in a row in the NBA. Of the Golden State Warriors, 113-95. Win number 28 for the Cavs this season with just 4 losses. Darius Garland top scoring with 25 points. Unsurprisingly, they are top of the Eastern Conference. We're less than a month now from the first tennis Grand Slam of 2025, and world number 1 Arina Sabalenka is looking in good shape. Two-time defending Australian cruised past Mexico's Renata Sarasua at Brisbane International, 6-4 and 6-love the score as she advances to the 3rd round, where she will play against Yulia Putin-Seva. But bad news for the tournament's 4th-seed Anna. The Spaniard will not be joining Sabalenka in the 3rd round. That's after she was dumped out by world number 43, Elina Avanesyan, the 22-year-old Armenian, winning 6-3, 1-6, and 6-2. The Detroit Lions have won an impressive 8 games. This time, the San Francisco 49ers were on the wrong end of the Lions' excellent record away from home. Detroit winning 40-34 on this occasion. That takes them to 14 wins and 2 defeats for the season, the joint best record in the NFC. Okay, that's all the sports news for the time being.
Thank you so much. The main supply of drinking water in Zimbabwe's capital city, its farmers are experiencing losses that cannot be fixed by basic water treatments. Madagabi Motepe reports.
Pollution is making Zimbabwe's deepening water crisis even worse. As much of southern Africa deals with its worst drought in decades, the main reservoir serving Harare is drying up. What's left is water so toxic It's killing livestock on the city's outskirts.
Our cattle start shaking their heads as if they're irritated in the nasal canal. Next, the skin peels off. We have 2 cows and 4 calves. After the death of rhinos, we now suspect that the same disease is affecting our cattle.
The Harare City Council is accused of releasing raw sewage into Lake Chivero, which is just 7 kilometers from the capital.
There's a heavy contamination of that cyanobacteria, and the cyanobacteria then causes a lot of it creates a fertile ground for algae growth, which then and whatnot, and it's harmful to animals.
The natural filtration system is also under threat. Wetlands are crucial to filtering out pollutants, but are being damaged and destroyed to make room for construction to meet the city's housing demands.
If the water is held there for a period of time in a wetland cleans the water before it comes to the land. Also, the wetland will release water over a long period of time. So as City of Harare is taking water out, it's being replenished by the wetlands as clean water.
As well as causing recurrent outbreaks of waterborne diseases, the pollution is killing endangered wildlife. And scientists fear if nothing is done soon, the damage could be irreversible.
Australians have kicked off 2021, the biggest fireworks shows on Earth. More than 1 million people rang in the New Year at Sydney Harbour. Indigenous ceremonies acknowledge the land's first people. And earlier, New Zealand became one of the first places on Earth to celebrate the New Year. This was the fireworks display in Auckland as the clock struck midnight to honor the city's Indigenous Maori tribes. Okay, that's for the time being. We're back in just a moment with much more of the day's news and all the latest headlines.
The important thing, if you were walking around in Beirut, was not to be in the line of fire from the Holiday Inn.
Well, we heard gunshots. I was the first one to flee the hotel.
The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and there were no prisoners at the end.
Control the Holiday Inn around, and that's why it was such a bloody battle. The heart of the Lebanese civil war, Beirut Holiday Inn, war hotels on Al Jazeera.
Madagascar, a breathtaking tropical paradise. Where its visitors are now its plunderers. We follow their journey as they put their lives on the line to earn a living. Risking it all, Madagascar. On Al Jazeera.
It's a big day for Lenari Megashu. Depended on herding cows for millennia. The first time of his life is going to get a camel. People here in northern Kenya's Samburu County say when the rains fail, the cow is the first to die and the camel is the last.
The camels have travelled hundreds of kilometres on trucks and on foot to reach here. The county government bought them from traders near Kenya's border with Somalia.
And so the elders are blessing the change. It's part of a decades-old, slow but steady regional trend that the county government says has become essential. Scientists say droughts will continue to become more frequent. Powery told us he hasn't heard of climate science, but he and his neighbours expect more tough times before long. And that with camels at home, they'll be better prepared to keep their families fed.
Storms and freezing weather in Gaza's makeshift camp. 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies, are now frozen to death. Jazeera, live from the headquarters in Doha. I'm Terry Navigator. Also, looking to the future, Syria's new administration is preparing for a national dialogue that could shape its transitional roadmap. Houthi forces in Yemen say they'll continue to defend themselves after the U.S. launches a series of airstrikes in the capital, Sana'a. And Happy New Year! More than 1 million Australians ring in 2025 to Sydney Harbour. Hello, Palestinians in Gaza are freezing to death. At least 6 babies and 1 adult have died of hypothermia in the past week. That includes a 20-day-old newborn. Plummeting temperatures and heavy rains are worsening the crisis. Gaza, it's received hundreds of distress calls from helpless Palestinians whose tents have been flooded.
We were displaced from Beit Lahia, north of the Gaza Strip. We were given a tent, but it's not up to the task. It can't protect us from the freezing winter cold or the rain. Every now and then, the tent floods with water. No one is helping us, or is even bothering to think of our plight.
Look at our lives, how we're living. My son was injured, his belly was ripped open. We don't have mattresses or blankets, and now the floor is flooded with water. Tell me where to go, what to do. Have mercy on us.
UN agencies estimate more than 1.6 million people are living in makeshift shelters that cannot withstand the winter cold. And the floods and lack of sanitation are increasing the risks of preventable diseases. Ibrahim Khalili reports from a tent camp in Gaza City where floods have made life uninhabitable.
I'm now standing in Gaza Municipality Park, in central Gaza Strip. It has been a vibrant park where civilians were coming to play, but unfortunately it has turned into a makeshift shelter for civilians who have been forcibly displaced from Beit Lahia, from the refugee camp in Beit Hanun. As you can see, tents and winter has arrived, and the weather is adding more suffering to these civilians.
Can you believe humans are living in a place like this, where displaced civilians forced out of our homes? Look at what we have ended up with. Shelling, bombardment, starvation, and now severe temperatures and floods. What can we do? Where should we go? Would you live in a place like this? Is this life? Water has been day and night. I'm an old woman, about 60 years of age. Look at us. This is not life. It's not even fit for animals to live in.
As you can see here, the water is flooding here, and civilians are filling up tents inside this park. As you can see, the situation is getting much more dire with the bomb pipelines and the sewage and water are flooding in the street, and the situation is going from bad to worse, especially in this winter season, which people used to enjoy in the past, but unfortunately now it has been a catastrophic season for these displaced civilians who are facing unimaginable health conditions. After they got their houses destroyed, they ended up in overcrowded shelters, and they are suffering so much with the destroyed infrastructure and living in tents. Their conditions are beyond unimaginable. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Northern Gaza, Palestine.
Okay, we'll get an update with our correspondent, Hani Mahmoud, joining us now from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. We see Ibrahim's report, and conditions are quite desperate in the north of the Gaza Strip. Tell us what it's like where you are.
Well, there really has been quite difficult the past few hours, and we literally, as we walk by people, we literally heard people praying for the rain to stop, because it has been quite difficult, especially for the displaced family and more particularly for the children. The situations are very catastrophic, very dire. Many of the families are still dealing with the trauma of displacement, and the ongoing genocide are now battling the forces of nature, heavy rainfalls, the the storm, the flooding are all exposing them to new realities, and oftentimes what we're seeing people here are either in inadequate shelters that include the damaged buildings, or in makeshift tents that are made of plastic or nylon that are not protecting them from the severe drop in the temperature, and isolating them from the cold weather. The lack of heating system is all exposing everyone, particularly the vulnerable group, into the most severe worsening weather conditions. Already 6 babies have died because of hypothermia and the severe drop in the temperature. We also have the lack of basic supplies that are not protecting people. People haven't been eating enough protein to generate energy to face these and survive these conditions. They also haven't been able to receive enough basic supplies to help them survive these difficult conditions. The danger of flooding and sanitation are exposing many of these people, particularly inside tent camps or inside these makeshift tents, expose them to greater danger. The waterborne diseases that have been proven to be very, very threatening to their life. Many of the cases arriving to the hospital, particularly women and children who have suffered from many of the difficulties in their health conditions, are inside the hospital waiting for better treatment. Overall, we look at a situation where people have transitioned dramatically from people winter loving people season into now hitting it very much because of what's happening to them for almost 14 months.
And as well as having to deal with these miserable conditions, Hani, we're hearing that Israeli strikes have continued. Tell us where they've been focused.
Well, the confirmed report that we have, as soon as the rain is stopped for about half an hour in northern Gaza, particularly in the city of Beit Lahia, the Israeli military did not miss the opportunity to continue with the genocidal acts at the house, a residential house filled with displaced people, a whole family that was killed inside the house. That's a man, his wife, and his daughters were inside the residential building, were killed instantly by a single bomb. Just within the past few minutes, another confirmed report from an area better known as the high traffic circle in northern Gaza. That's an area between Jabalia and Beit Lahia, almost busy at this time of the day as people are trying to find better places, temporary shelters, running away from the possible flooding caused by the rain, were attacked by a drone missile. The initial reports that we have, a group of people were attacked.
Share and subscribe. Like, hate, comment. Hit the bell for post notifications. And if you didn't know, I'm running for president. Dead ass. Erik Powery for president 2028. Be great in 28. Hashtag Erik Powery. Hashtag real change, not spare change. Hashtag Powery Posse. Hashtag healthcare. Hashtag higher wages. Hashtag housing. Also known as hashtag HHH or hashtag.
It was a quite massive attack, and many people were present when it happened.
Okay, Hani Mahmoud reporting from Deir al-Balah. Hani, thank you. Agencies in Gaza are concerned that Israel's next push will be in Gaza City. That's where the Israeli military has bombed and damaged the sewage pumping station. The attack is the latest Israeli assault on Gaza's critical infrastructure. 2 hospitals were targeted in Gaza City earlier this week. The UN has warned the healthcare system is nearing collapse.
A report by the UN Human Rights Office has found that Israel's pattern of deadly attacks on and around Gaza's hospitals pushed the healthcare system to the brink of collapse with catastrophic effect. The report graphically details the impact of Israel's attacks, from the destruction of buildings and facilities to the killings of patients, staff and other civilians, raising serious concerns about Israel's compliance with international law.
Earlier, we spoke with Mansour Shawan, who's a Palestinian journalist and humanitarian worker who lived in Gaza until March of this year. He says Israel is systematically trying to annex Gaza.
It's the same rhetoric that they've been repeating for the last year and 3 months. I was talking to an UNRWA official yesterday who told me that there is only now 2 hospitals in the north that is providing any kind of support to hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that are still residing there. I think that the Israelis are systematically trying to annex Gaza Strip bit by bit, starting with the north and slowly into the south and then into the middle region. We are hoping that this is temporary because President Trump said that he would not allow such thing to happen while he is in office. We think that as Palestinians, this is the last strike from Netanyahu and his government, trying to take in as much land as possible, trying to kill the spirit of the Palestinians as much as possible before Trump comes into the office and hopefully a permanent, fair ceasefire comes into place. Right now, the Netanyahu government is still trying to break the Palestinian spirit. However, every day, as you witness through social media, Palestinians are remaining strong, together with the rest of the free world. Like many other countries around the world, achieved their freedom, the latest being Syria, and before that, Northern Africa, South Africa, and many other countries. Palestine will be free, and hopefully we will witness this within our lifetime.
Syria's new administration is gearing up for talks at a crucial national dialogue conference. Rebuilding the economy, security forces, and institutions are expected to dominate the conversation. There will be votes on dissolving parliament and rewriting the constitution. Hashem Al-Bara joining us now from Damascus in Syria. So, Hashem, after the series of diplomatic meetings that have been taking place in Syria, now preparations are in place for a national dialogue conference. What do these preparations look like?
During that diplomatic flurry that you've been talking about just a while ago, Syrian Foreign Minister met with a delegation from the EU. And this is part of the continued pattern that we've seen over the last few days, which is more and more international delegations coming to test waters here and to see what's next for Syria. And it seems that now, convinced that they are on the right path, particularly when it comes to getting more and more indications that international community is willing to do business with the new administration. They are revealing more about the timeline of the transitional period and what Syrians should expect in the upcoming years. So there's going to be a committee which is going to draft a new constitution with a transitional period that could last up to 4 years, which will be then followed by general elections, new parliament, and a new government. But in the meantime, there is absolutely no doubt in the minds of Syrians that is going to be Ahmed al-Shara, the de facto leader of the country, who will have the ultimate say. For the time being, they have been sending invitations to tribal leaders, members of the opposition, military factions to attend the national conference. When it comes to Syrians abroad, the Itilaf, which used to be the opposition de facto organization abroad, is not going to be invited as an institution. Invitations are going to be sent individually. Why is it like this? It's simply a message from Ahmed al-Shara to everyone that there is only one legitimate authority now in Syria, which is the military factions that managed to overthrow Bashar al-Assad, and that all the people have to understand that there is new political reality. Will they accept it or no? That remains to be seen. But I've been hearing voices over the last few days saying that their biggest concern that they might be sidelined, or that Ahmed al-Shara is already starting to consolidate his grip on power, dismissing the potential for people to join his government.
Okay, Hashem Al-Bara reporting from Damascus, Syria. Thank you. The U.S. says it's conducted multiple airstrikes against what it calls Iran-backed Houthi targets in the Yemeni capital Sana'a and along the coast. It says its Navy ships and aircraft have targeted a Houthi command center and weapons storage facility. Houthi forces are reporting at least 10 raids. There has been heavy exchange of fire between the Houthis and Israel in the past week. Israeli forces, the U.S. and the U.K. have all launched repeated bombing raids on Yemen in the past year. On Monday, the Israeli military intercepted a missile launched from Yemen You can see people fleeing in Ben Gurion Airport, that's in Tel Aviv, and debris from that missile fell near west of Jerusalem. The Houthis have been launching missiles at Israel and ships in the Red Sea in solidarity with Gaza. The UN Security Council is calling for calm.
Attacks in Israel and Yemen, as well as in the Red Sea, are of grave concern. Further military escalation could jeopardize regional stability, with adverse political, security, economic, and humanitarian repercussions. Millions in Yemen, Israel, and throughout the region would continue to bear the brunt of escalation with no end.
The head of the World Health Organization says he narrowly escaped death at Yemen's main airport when Israeli airstrikes targeted the facility last week. And he's used his New Year's address to call on world leaders to pursue peace.
With a new year upon us, our leaders must bring desperately needed peace to the world and health and safety to all. Peace and health are linked. From Gaza to Sudan, Yemen to Ukraine, and Haiti and beyond, peace is and will always be the best medicine for the health and well-being of all people everywhere.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, a South Korean court issues an arrest warrant for the impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. His supporters are rallying outside his home.
And just when you thought it was all over, it's going to rain heavily again in central, more likely southern Vietnam. This seasonal rain shouldn't be quite as heavy as it is. It is much drier now in most of Sumatra and Peninsular Malaysia, but in southern Sumatra and Java it looks fairly wet in the forecast, occasional orange tops, which means big thunderstorms. And there's more snow to come for Japan. This cold air still coming out of northeastern China over the water, still not frozen, Sea of Japan. Rarely does it freeze, but there's more snow to come, though not to the same extent you had a week ago. It just tops up what's already there. So fairly cold air, and that's true throughout China and the Korean Peninsula, but it's not atypical for this time of the year. It's rather wetter in Taiwan. That rain is missing Hong Kong, you'll notice, and the picture continues, rather less snow probably during Thursday, that is at least for Japan. Now I'd like to say there's a disturbance in the northern plains of India, but fog is persistent here. Where the wind is more of a persistence, the northeast monsoon is giving rain to Sri Lanka, but it's more or less missing Andhra Pradesh now. But there is a change in northern India. Whilst mostly it is foggy with poor air quality, there's occasional movement in the sky. And if that happens, then you tend to improve air quality. But in New Delhi, it gets worse again.
Unique perspectives.
What could my community be gaining if we weren't spending money on all of those bombs, killing innocents in Gaza, in Lebanon?
Unheard voices.
The world has turned its back on Sudan. Our lives do matter. Sudanese people matter just as much as any other group.
Connect with our community and be part of the conversation. They feel very unsafe because of the second Trump presidency. They don't see the need in trying to appease the people on social media. The stream on Al Jazeera. Top stories on Al Jazeera. At least 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies, have died of hypothermia in the past week. That includes a 20-day-old newborn. Forcibly displaced Palestinians in Gaza barely have blankets and are living in worn-out tents. That's as Israel continues to restrict humanitarian supplies. Heavy rains are making the situation worse. Tent camps are flooding across the Strip and preventable diseases are now spreading. UN agencies estimate more than 1.6 million Palestinians are living in makeshift shelters that cannot withstand the cold. The US says it's conducted multiple airstrikes against what it calls Houthi targets in the Yemeni capital Sana'a and along the coast. There has been heavy exchange of fire between the Houthis and Israel in the past week. Okay, let's get more on one of our top stories, and that's the transition in Syria, and the scale of destruction is emerging in Homs. This is Deir Ba'al-Bah neighborhood, reduced to rubble after years of bombardment by the former president Bashar al-Assad's forces and his allies. Homs is often called the heart of the Syrian revolution after the opposition took the city early on in the civil war. Osama bin Javed has more from Homs.
Many parts of the city of Homs have been ravaged by war. Street after street, block after block, neighborhood after neighborhood have been pummeled because this used to be the capital of the revolution, and it was punished with bombardment, with besiegement, with targeting of hospitals, with starving people to death, and by making people go and disappear. This is the story which is repeated on almost every street, in every household, where people have been telling us about the challenges that they're facing. This is the kind of destruction they have to come back to. On the 60th Street, this used to be a busy thoroughfare, but now very little traffic is left there. On the other side, there are some people who have come back. In one home, there's a man who's living with multiple children because their parents have been killed. There's another woman who's got a missing child, a missing cousin, and every single household seems to have those stories of loss and despair. But people here are adamant that they're going to try and rebuild their lives, but they're also facing challenges. As the Ahmed al-Shara government says that it is focusing on the security of this country and bringing the fighting groups together, it faces internal security, policing streets like this, where remnants of the regime have been coming, knocking on some doors, harassing people, asking them for ransom, and pretending because they are donning military fatigues as well. It's difficult to differentiate for people here who are the actual remnants of the regime and who are the people who are actually from Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. So that is a multitude of challenges which remains for almost every place in this country, especially here in the city of Homs, because it is home to such a diverse community of Christians and Alawites and Sunnis and Shias that people have to come together to try and rebuild themselves from scratch. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Homs.
Syria's industrial capital of Aleppo is facing challenges of its own. It's one of the cities that suffered most during the civil war. Mohammed Val has that story from Aleppo.
The old district in Aleppo is in ruins due to Assad regime's indiscriminate attacks. The city used to be the throbbing economic heart of Syria, but years of airstrikes coupled with US sanctions and corruption have left it all but completely lifeless.
Immediately after the fall of the former regime, we removed the obstacles and regulations that used to hinder the success of business. We ended the extortion system of unjust taxation and fines on free traders, but we're still under the impact of sanctions and of problems inherited from the mafia that's been ruling.
At the Chamber of Commerce, business owners brainstorm about plans to alleviate the crisis. Some of them suggested collecting individual contributions to buy fuel, medicine, and other urgent necessities.
The city of Aleppo boasts up to 20,000 factories, supplying not only Syria but also other countries with some of the finest products. But many of these factories are not fully operational at the moment due to severe
My
power
future
shortages.
prediction, remember, Negro Damas, aka Erik Powery. It's Eric with a K. Erik Powery said it first. Israel will be dissolved. There will be one secular state under God called New Palestine. Israel will be dissolved, and the treasury will be liquidated to pay reparations to the Palestinian people. And mad Palestinian people will return to New Palestine from who were scattered abroad the world. Remember, that's a prediction from Negro Damas, aka Erik Powery. And I approve this message.
Thousands of businesses are closed. So many skilled people who left the country still haven't returned. And yet life goes on here, says this man who earns his income making items from local material. He adds that there's one thing the war has failed to destroy: the ingenuity and resilience of the people of Aleppo. And there's hope they will soon be able to turn the situation around. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera, Aleppo.
Russia has launched a wave of missile and drone attacks across Ukraine, striking Kyiv and other regions. In the capital, at least 2 explosions were reported, but local authorities confirm no casualties or damage. Meanwhile, in the northeastern Sumy region, strikes hit 12 residential buildings, 2 schools, and other infrastructure. Earlier, the Russian and Ukrainian forces freed prisoners in a coordinated swap brokered by the United Arab Emirates. The Russian Defense Ministry says 150 of its soldiers were released on Belarusian soil and are now being transported back to Russian territory. Ukraine says 189 of its personnel were released. The lawyers of South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol say they will fight an arrest warrant issued by a court on Tuesday. Investigators requested the warrant after Yoon failed to appear for questioning several times. Yoon was suspended from office after he attempted to impose martial law earlier this month. He's facing potential charges of insurrection. Rob McBride reports from Seoul.
For prosecutors investigating impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol, this move was unprecedented but necessary. On 3 separate occasions, they have summoned Yoon for questioning on charges of insurrection arising from his short-lived imposition of martial law, and he has ignored them all. The opposition successfully impeached him in the National Assembly and now want to see him criminally punished.
Yoon Suk-yeol, the leader of the insurrection, must be arrested immediately. Yoon issued an order to the martial law forces to open fire. He also instructed them to break down the doors of the National Assembly with axes and arrest lawmakers.
But Yoon and the ruling party accuse the opposition of making the country ungovernable. They say the martial law declaration was within the president's powers, rejecting the arrest warrant.
This illegal and unwarranted request for a warrant being approved raises serious concerns about whether it aligns with the principles of the rule of law. Our position is that such an unlawful warrant request is invalid and without legal effect.
It's unclear how Yoon would be arrested, with his official residence still protected by presidential security. And now the focus for more of his conservative supporters turning out in protest.
With a vibrant tradition of street protests, this period of political turmoil has stirred up both sides. There are mass demonstrations by those who want to see Yoon punished, but also by his supporters who seem equally determined to prevent his arrest. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
The U.S. Treasury Department has accused Chinese state-sponsored hackers of stealing documents from its workstations. Treasury officials have declared the breach to be a major incident and have informed Congress. They say the hack has been contained. Beijing has rejected the allegations from the U.S. Treasury, calling them groundless.
对于此类缺乏证， we have stated our position many times regarding such unfounded accusations that lack evidence. China has always opposed forms of hacker attacks, and we are even more opposed to the spread of false information against China for political purposes.
2024 was a year filled with economic challenges for China, and with Donald Trump making a return to the White House, Beijing is bracing for unpredictable times ahead. As part of our year in review series, Patrick Folk has this report from Hong Kong.
China's Shenzhou 19 spacecraft blasting off in October. 2024 has been a record year for Chinese space exploration. This was one of 100 launches this year. Shenzhou 19 also carried China's first female space engineer. Earlier this month, it achieved another milestone. Its crew completed a 9-hour spacewalk, successfully installing a space debris protection device at its Tiangong station. China's Chang'e 6 lunar probe also pulled off the first mission to bring back dust from the far side of the moon.
But the country's giant leaps forward in space have contrasted with its sputtering economy. The real estate sector is mired in a downturn, consumer spending remains weak, and a sluggish job market has only added to the doom and gloom.
Analysts say 2024 could mark China's slowest growth in decades outside of COVID. Policymakers have made several attempts to resuscitate markets, but there's been no sustained recovery so far.
Whilst it was previously possible for the Chinese government to induce sustained stock market rallies through mere promises, pledges, rhetoric, and language, the market as of today has become more skeptical, you might say jaded, in reaction to these policy statements, right?
This month, China's top leadership signaled bolder economic support in the coming year. Beijing is readying itself for a fight when Donald Trump returns to office.
We will consolidate and strengthen the momentum of economic recovery and work to achieve steady and long-term economic development.
Already, it seems, a new trade war has begun. Early this month, China launched an investigation into chipmaker Nvidia on suspicion it's violated anti-monopoly laws. A week earlier, the Biden administration announced new sanctions on AI chip exports to China.
I don't think the trade war instigated and initiated by Trump had ever ended. President Joe Biden merely continued many of his measures of his predecessor.
China could draw on support from other countries. In October, Russia hosted the first summit of the newly expanded BRICS group of emerging economies. As uncertainty looms over what the Trump administration could mean for the rest of the world, it's a club that's banding closer together and backing Beijing to help protect its members' interests. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Hong Kong.
Australians have kicked off 2025 with one of the biggest fireworks shows on Earth. More than 1 million people rang in the New Year at Sydney Harbour. Indigenous ceremonies and performances also acknowledged the land's first people.
Happy New Year, Australia. Happy New Year, Australia.
It became one of the first places on Earth to ring in the New Year. This was the fireworks display in Auckland, New Zealand, as the clock struck midnight, and it honored the city's Indigenous and Maori tribes. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks for watching.
Share and subscribe, y'all. Share and subscribe. I'm out. Erik Powery, out. Be great in 28.